United States. In fact, cricket was being played in New York.
Yes.
I mean, the Indians played in New York.
Yes.
So cricket is now expanding its horizon to all parts of the world.
Not just New York, it's other parts.
Right.
Canada is on.
Yeah.
The Philippines, as a matter of fact,
Right.
is not on. I think they got knocked out. But the point is now for the T20, there are a number of teams around the world that are
Right.
involved in T20 cricket.
Canada played United States in New York.
Yes.
So, I mean, cricket is expanding its
The
horizon.
United,
At least
States won, the
2020.
United States won yesterday, last night.
Mhm.
It was a big game against
It was a
Canada.
big game.
And,
So, and it's good for the business.
and some of the players of the United States came from the Caribbean.
Yes, and some former players
Yes.
or the big teams.
And I wonder if those guys were in the Caribbean, whether they would be able to represent the West Indies.
Well, we don't know, eh?
I try to remember the scores of this guy yesterday. He did very well. Scored more than half a century.
Yeah.
You know, over 50. I'm trying to remember his actual score. But he did very well. And at one time, the United States was threatened by the scores of Canada.
Yeah. So in other words, it's good for the sports. In other words, if a young man is into cricket now, the chances are he can become a millionaire.
As a matter of fact, I was very much concerned in the 10th over of the West Indies today when I saw the scores. They did not have half of the scores yet. Even leading up to the 12th, 13th over, West Indies are still chasing, I think, about 60 runs. I think one time they were chasing something like 60 runs in 42 balls. And I'm like, wow, when is West Indies going to do that? And then I saw Chase. Chase normally muster runs on the board, and you never see the runs that Chase.
Well, he has been informed there over the last couple of games that he's been playing. He's been scoring runs there.
Yeah, he scored 42 today.
And he's been taking wickets.
Yes.
And not only that, Russell is demonstrating that he's a high performer.
Yes.
Both in bowling, in fielding.
He got
and
2 wickets today, I think.
Yeah. So he's a high profile cricketer.
Yes.
And he's sought after around the world.
Yes. We saw also our St. Lucian friend, Johnson Charles. First ball.
Yeah, but the last game he got over 60 runs, I think, in very few balls.
Yes.
So, I mean, he had a bad day at the office, but that's how the game is.
And the other opener did well.
Right.
I mean, his first set of runs, 28 runs, he had
Right.
7 fours.
Yes. And the last set of games he played as captain of the West Indies, he did very well as well. That Jamaican guy who opens for us. Yeah, so
I think is could I forget his name? Wow.
His name just slipped me.
Looks like.
But we'll get to it because, but it's good. The World Cup is interesting, and there's money to be made. There's, people get entertained, and we are here.
People are being entertained.
We are being entertained, and so I wonder who will be playing tomorrow, but we will find out.
I can look to see who's actually playing tomorrow for you. Tomorrow. I think the game will be at 8:30. No, sorry, it will be at 10:30 tomorrow. I'm trying to see if I can get that for you. But tomorrow's going to be a big,
very interesting.
It's going to be a real big game tomorrow. I think all the games are going to be big.
Right.
I should say, not depriving anybody from what they can do. Tomorrow's going to be another big game. I'm just trying to figure out who's going to be playing.
Whilst you're searching, your favorites to win the World Cup?
Favorite team in the World Cup?
To win the World Cup?
Another question.
West Indies?
West Indies.
Right.
I mean, we saw what West Indies did against Australia. We saw what they did in South Africa. It tells me that West Indies really wanted to get it.
And I think they have good management. They have a good manager. They have a good structure in Darren Sammy. I think he has the winning formula. He knows how to win.
And also to Simmons? Not Simmons, sorry. Simmons. Is coaching that team that we saw.
Papua New Guinea?
Papua New Guinea.
Yeah. So he's making money as well.
I see this guy has really helped teams really reach the top.
Ireland, he was once their coach.
He did coach Ireland some time ago.
And I saw something very spectacular. Well, the guy who has the anthem for the West Indies, David Rother. I saw the West Indies, Darren Sammy handing him a West Indies T-shirt for the World Cup.
Wow,
that was nice. Good.
That's
very,
good.
very symbolic,
That's very good.
Invited him to come to, to share
Yes.
some words with the team, at the hotel. It was very beautiful.
I'm happy to hear that. That's important. Yeah, that we need to share our victories and our losses with West Indians, and he as the guy who actually created the West Indies theme song. It's good that
Rally Round the West Indies.
Rally Round the West Indies.
That's a great song.
One thing first, I mean, it doesn't matter whoever we play, lose or win, doesn't matter how big the score is. The rest of the world has that confidence in us. I remember speaking to an Indian guy. He says to me, India first, then West Indies. And he said there are times that West Indies first, then India second. To him,
And by the way, this week we're having a big game in Dominica.
Oh yes, Sunday coming. Jamaica versus Dominica.
Dominica World Cup.
And I can imagine Dominicans.
Is it not Thursday?
Thursday?
I think it's Thursday. But you can always check. I think it's Thursday. That's the game. I may be wrong.
Dominica playing Guatemala.
We're playing Jamaica at home.
We're playing Jamaica at home, but we're playing Guatemala first.
Okay.
I think we're playing Guatemala first.
But we can always sort. We have the sportsman. He'll tell us somewhere along the way.
Andy's here, so Andy will help us with that
Right.
one. It's so sad sometimes, I think we are playing. Dominica is playing Guatemala first, and then we're playing Jamaica.
All right.
I'm almost sure it's Sunday.
All right.
When's the 9th?
The 9th? Oh, that would be the 9th. That would be Sunday.
That would be Sunday. So I think
Because
Dominica
Friday is the 7th.
Right. So Dominica will be playing, I think, on the 9th against Guatemala. Against Jamaica.
Right.
And it's going to be a big game.
Big game.
And I can tell you, Dominicans, you got to go out there and support our guys. Our guys are waiting for you. They are really waiting for you to be there, to be part and parcel of.
Will you be there at that game, Cecil?
Will I be there?
I'm just asking, I just like to.
I find you stretching the joke, man. I will be there.
Well, of course, DBS will be carrying the game.
Well, I cannot say we'll be. Well, the Jamaica
game, yeah.
Yes, we have sought the permission. As a matter of fact, I want to make listeners know that it's not
You have
easy.
You have the copyrights to that.
Well, not the copyright. What we did, we had to speak to the association. The association had to refer us to some other organization that is responsible for the football. Listen, it's not as 1 to 3 saying that you're going to get a game to be carried live. Those days, it's about rights.
Copyrights.
Yes, it's about copyrights, and so we had to sought that permission.
Will you
and not just sought the permission, we had to pay. And when you pay, they then give you that right. So it's
To
not just
transmit. Boy, that's interesting. See how sports come in? No.
yes.
You have to pay,
So don't just figure out that DBS didn't carry it for me. Why didn't they not?
Right, and some fellas might start making noise. DBS take over everything.
And you have to pay. You have to pay in US. Yes. I will not say what the amount
The
is.
quantum was used.
Yeah, but what I want to also compliment the people that we have called so far in terms of sponsorship. They are on board with us, helping us to carry the game live.
That's interesting.
So yes, it's not as
It's not as easy as 1 to 3.
Unlike before, we had Dominica playing Jamaica, I would say, okay, let's carry the game. It's not as easy as
It's 1 to 3.
Yes.
Boy.
But we have our
changed.
guest in studio, Andy Carter, my good friend. I'm sure he's your good friend.
Oh yeah, he's my good friend. I know him for a very long time.
that you came-
Every other day I am at his home,
Every other day.
Yeah, every time I get a chance, I'm at Andy's home. He's flying alone. He's he in his cottage by himself alone.
when men like you speak,
I'm telling you, he is all alone.
when men like you speak,
He's a lone ranger.
you in terms of the English language, I'm sure that you're much more, or you're better than that of Shakespeare. So whenever you speak, I have to try to get right down into it deep.
Right. The only thing he doesn't have Tanto with him, he's all alone. He's riding his horse by himself alone.
Good evening to you, Andy.
Good evening to you, Cecil. Good evening to Hartley Adams. Thanks for having me tonight.
Yes.
Going for that journey tonight.
Uh-huh.
I ain't brain giving jokes on me already, but I'm a man of humor. I think he's insinuating that I have a bachelor's degree.
And tonight, Andy, you are live with us, and I'm sure that many people are actually waiting out for your story, because your story is going to be an intriguing, interesting one. And I just want to tell Dean I am not seeing myself yet on Facebook, so please help me out on this, on getting the program onto Facebook. Yes, Andy, I know that, Andy, that earlier on you heard us speaking about Dominica and Jamaica. When is the game?
The Dominica-Jamaica game is on Sunday, 3 p.m. next Sunday.
It's 3 p.m. next Sunday.
And then we play Guatemala, as I heard it says, on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yes.
Right. So you're playing 2 games almost back to back in 1 week.
Yes, it's a tight schedule for the Dominica team in traveling and having to play in Guatemala and be back here. They've got to overnight certain places and be in time for a game on Sunday. And for just information of cricket for the World Cup, Sri Lanka, big one tomorrow. Sri Lanka versus South Africa. Big one.
Big one. And who will you be supporting tomorrow?
No, I really just watch the cricket. My side is the West Indies, and do or die, we stay right there.
So who would you want as runner-up in the T20? West Indies winning, let's say. West Indies winning. Who do you want as your runner-up?
Well, I do not really want to choose any runner-ups. I see potential in England. I see potential in Australia, India, Pakistan, New Zealand, and you can write out anybody. But these names I call there, not South Africa. These are the big guns. So you never know what can happen.
That's good,
Because England has a powerhouse too, with Butler and Will Jacks and salt. You do not want too much salt in your food for sure.
Well, I know that there are going to be some big games. I know Andy looking at the game today against West Indies. Were you impressed?
No, I'm totally disappointed. 147. I thought that we would make that in 12, 13 overs. To my chagrin, I find we struggled, and I did not win. I mean, once you're on the team, I would want to say I did not win, because once you're on the team, you are picked to perform. And Chase really put up his hand, and he did well. And together with us, they brought the West Indies home to victory. That was good.
That was really good, You're like many other commentators. You're a pure commentator. I heard the commentator said in 10 overs, West Indies will be doing this and you'll be getting an extra point. But West Indies was not interested in the extra point. What West Indies wants to ensure is that it wins the group and then find itself into a particular position so that they can go into the next round. For me, that's what I'm interested in, not getting extra points.
Well, it's important to have a good net run rate, because we're in a zone there, in a group with Uganda, Papua New Guinea. If we win these two, and let's say Afghanistan and New Zealand win these two, it all depends on we having to win one of the 2 matches, either Afghanistan or New Zealand. We need to win one of these. My whole thing is to win everything. To be the best, you beat the best, and you just win all your matches and you go top of the group. But the worst case scenario for us, try to win at least one Papua New Guinea, Uganda, and one of either New Zealand or Afghanistan.
I know that we will beat Afghanistan. I know that they have been a touring team, but I know that they have already surprised us. But I don't think Christmas comes twice a year. All right. What about you, Brain?
My view is we're going to beat everybody.
All right. So, Andy, you're here on the Lakou. First of all, before you continue, what's your impression about the Lakou?
Well, I like the whole idea, and you see the name. First of all, the general name of the discoveries. I like the discoveries because it makes you, it's a thing to discover things you do not know about all aspects of a person or anything. And then you break it down into a lakou where you have a specific area of your yard. So it is a good concept, and it has been going on very well. I mean, I listen to it all the time, and you have had some interesting guests, I can tell you.
Last week I had another co-worker of yours in the person of Element. I mean, what did you make of Element?
Oh yes, well, Element is a man with a huge amount of experience, and he really let it off in uncertain terms. There are a lot of things I did not know about Element, and I chuckled at some of it, because when he said that Leo gave him $40,000, I mean,
You chuckled.
Well, when he said that too, I too chuckled. I was like, whoa, why not me?
I say, boy, this man is lucky, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway, Andy, let's go down to business now. Tell us about Andy Carter. First of all, I want to know who is your mom, who is your dad, where you're from, and because a number of people are going to say, wow.
Yes, certainly. I mean, I have a story that is just peculiar, it's unique, it's just different. I mean, people know me, Andy Carter, in Dominica for a long time. But when I was telling a guy that was coming on the program, just a little insight, and I told him the thing about the Lakou and so, he said, man, Dominica is your Lakou, which I found to be very interesting. But I will go through the whole process of, well, you know me, everybody know me. I was born Andrew Andy Carter. Andy was a name given to me in Dominica. I was actually born in Dominica.
Hold on, Andy. You're saying that your name is Andrew. A.K.A. Andy?
That's correct.
A.K.A.?
Yeah.
So it's not, and you will not, your birth certificate will not show Andrew Andy Carter.
No, it's Andrew Patrick Carter.
Andrew Patrick Carter. So I wanted to get that correct.
Yes.
So you got the Andy.
In Dominica.
Yes. And that speaks a story.
Indeed.
All right, go ahead.
So I was born there in Barbados. My mother's name was Grace Daphne Carter. She had about 10 of us, but I never was brought up by my mother. But the story of Andy Carter is that there were 3 hucksters. One was based in Barbados, was Isabella Thomas. She was from Dubla. There was one Agneta Serra, who was from Roseau, and Linda Ross, the aunt of elite umpire Billy Doctrove, was the third one. So they were traversing between Barbados and Dominica, going up with fruits and so forth. So my mother left me in the care of Isabella Thomas. And when the Agneta Serra, who was the one going up and down, saw me, she said, oh, in Patois, Mia Beltiga Tizafa, and my neighbor Linda, which is Linda Ross. Linda Ross didn't have any children. Isabella didn't have any children, and Agneta had children. So they decided to bring me down. So I came down to Dominica at the age of 18 months. 18 months.
Baby man?
Baby, very much a baby. So I in all, only just birth in Barbados, but you could say full-fledged Dominican.
So hold on, I want to get that again. So you came to Dominica at the age of 1 year and 6 months.
Correct.
Your mom had 10 children.
Yes.
How did they get in contact with you, for your mom?
You mean how
did the hucksters got?
Well, my mother left me by one of them.
Okay.
Who was based in Barbados.
Oh, she was living in Barbados.
She was living in Barbados.
Okay.
Yes. And there was one traveling on the Federal Maple and the Federal Palm, going up and down. And then you had Linda, who was living in Dominica. But apart from being a huckster, Linda used to make cakes and, if you know, party cocoa and party banana and ginger beer and all these sort of things. And I was just in Canal Lane. I had a background. My Lakou was all in River Street. In 14 River Street, that is where I spent a lot of time in River Street by Mina Robinson. The old folks would remember Mina Robinson. The bakery where Moses Zimbabwe was baking was actually it was handed down to my adopted mother.
We can say west of River Street, closer to this best deal. What's the name?
Best Price.
Best Price.
It's actually opposite, just where I live now, opposite David Brunny's office.
Okay.
Yeah.
For persons who might be confused, it's at the end of Old Street and the River Street. That's what you're talking about? Old Street coming straight down the street of HHVW Church.
It's not that far. Let's take it from going the bridge, leaving Roseau. And there's River Bank where the promenade is. The one before that.
Right, that's River Street.
Yes.
So
yes.
you're saying that you started to live in River Street. River Bank.
I was living in Canal Lane.
No.
But then we had that links because we had a spot where we were getting all our fruits prepared to ship. And then you would know I had to bring down my food to my adopted mother. Remember, it's 3 of them, 1 in Barbados, and I dealing with 2 in Dominica. So we'd have a thing, what they call the carrier. You remember a carrier with your provision, your peas, and your...
Some of them had 3.
Well, I had 4.
Your own had 4. So 1 for peas, 1 for meats or fish, 1 for dashing and fig and so on, and 1 for rice.
Right, my brother. So I had to bring that down for my adopted mother. But then we used to get our fruits. So I was a man frequenting the bayfront, the bay, all the time. So I'll tell you, people that used to work for us with them big cats. And I remember one, Boboy Rock. They tell me Boboy Madu. That is Lennox Rock father. They used to push the cart for us to bring on board the Federal. So every fortnight, the 2 Federals would cross. You remember the Federal Maple and the Federal Palm.
For sure.
Of course. Yeah, so that was part of it. And we used to sell, my adopted mother, Linda Ross, we used to sell in the old market. So I'm a businessman from very small.
Tender age.
Yeah, I used to sell my ginger beer because when my adopted mother, if a woman come to buy, she's saying she don't have luck with women, so I had to make the first sale for her. That kind of a superstitious kind of a thing. And then they used to bring down flour bags from Barbados and brooms and all that, onion, garlic, all that I used to sell. We used to sell in the old market. Yes.
At what age you think you would have been?
Early, man, 6, 7, 8. Yes. Before I'm sure before I went to school, because we haven't gone through the school era yet. I jump a little, but the school, imagine a man go to Miss Burton School, right by Astafan, there opposite the immigration. You know that man, they're in Dominica a long time.
Yes. Yes, that means you would have been in Dominica for a very, very long time.
Very, very long time.
No, Andy, that is a story that was given to you coming to Dominica. All right? I heard some person talk about markets in Barbados and they saw you there. And, any truth to that?
Well, you see, I'm a fellow of humor, so I don't really take offense to much of anything. But I remember this is Grail Seraphine used to always call me Black Andy. And he said, well, it was said that my mother left me with a lady that was selling coals. And I was playing in the coast, so so I turned black. Yeah, man. Yeah. So after Miss Burton, I used to drink my little milk by Miss Burton. We had sing our song, Sweetheart of Jesus, Fount of Love and Mercy.
Sweetheart of what?
Sweetheart of Jesus. That was the Sacred Heart School, you know.
So
It still is.
you remember that song, right?
Of course.
Well, let's hear a little bit of it.
Sweetheart of Jesus, fount of love and mercy, to thee we come, your blessings to implore. Oh, may touch our hearts, so cold and so ungrateful, and make them not like...
And do you ever thought of going to Calypso?
I have composed Calypso.
But you have never sang Calypso.
No, I have composed. I made a song when I was in customs on What's Tea You Drinking. The name of the song was Tea Drinking. And my boss was What Tea. So I made a song.
On her?
Well, yes, and the director of Social Security was also Watty. So I composed one. It was real nice.
Would you remember it?
Of course.
Let me hear it.
There's a lady doing wickedly right here in this country. Custom she running and she have poor people bawling. She have her own staff in misery while the woman laughing and drinking tea. What tea you drinking? What tea you smoking? What tea you pressing, man? Bush tea or herb tea? Iced tea or spice tea? What tea you pressing, man? Papa.
Who you get that song to?
Huh?
Who you get that song to?
No, nobody. I pass it by a few people, but nobody.
Everybody's afraid then.
No. And then I had this.
And so why didn't you sing it? That's a good. I find lyrical. It's good.
Yeah.
But you just a few things in the.
I mean, it can be.
You can do an edition on it.
Yeah.
But it's.
It's that direction.
So you say to me that's the first time that the public is hearing that one then.
Well, I would think so, yes. But people, my folks and so, like Andrew White and all these fellas in customs at the time, they knew it and they love it.
They love it.
Yeah, man.
What tea you drinking?
Yes, what tea you drinking?
What tea you smoking? So you're asking a question at the same time.
Yes, but the name of the song is Tea Drinking.
Tea Drinking. So
Tea
you
Drinking.
So you can't talk about...
It's not the lady. It's not her.
But although in the first verse, I mean,
it implied.
You're implying about my supervisor.
Yeah.
You know?
And then the second one was check the Social Security.
Yes,
because he was Mr. Watty was the director.
So let me hear that.
But it's along the same line.
Okay.
Check the Social Security. Down there they take we money. And the same.
What tea?
Yeah.
What tea you drinking?
What tea
you smoking?
What tea you pressing, man? Boy.
Anyway, Andy. Yeah. So you found yourself coming to Dominica. You had 3 hucksters that really found that you were fun to have. One eventually had you.
Yes. That was my main lady, Linda Ross.
Linda Ross.
She took care of me. She was my mother, my father, everything.
No, you said that your mother was Carter. And your surname is Carter. Did you have your mom's surname or your mom was married?
No, I think in Barbados, once you're not married, you carry your mother's surname. So all her children carried Carter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she's still alive?
No. My mother died in 2016 at the age of about 82.
Wow. So that means you would have gone back and forth to Barbados.
But I only got to know my mother when one of the ladies died. I was going to grammar school. Maybe I was just first form or second form. So I could only be about 12 or 13. I went back to Barbados for the very first time that I know as a, when you have your whole mind. That was the first time because they used to send me to Barbados for vacation because they thought that they would take me back. The people would steal me.
Yes. and they're looking wrong and pretty now.
Yes.
So I can take
They
Andy.
wanted to take me back.
Yes.
So they never used to venture to send Andy Carter. So I would never, my holidays never was to go to Barbados. Used to go stock farm, go river, go the whole life of Dominica.
That we have to talk about.
Yes.
No. At what age did you get to know of your mom?
Well, they always spoke about my mom. And I'll tell you something. Because when I went up to Barbados, I was going by my mom in the early stages. I used to go by my adopted mother because she had the one up there didn't have child and she had adopted a girl child. So we were like sisters. So I used to go there, and then one day when my mother was coming, I ran away. And then she pulled me on her side and tell me, no, Andy, you cannot do that. You must never do that. Your mother is your mother. She would have killed you, she did a thing. And then she punked some sense in my head that I should not ignore my mom at all. And from there, the relationship just grew with my mom. And my mom became nice.
That's good to hear, though.
Yeah.
So which means your adopted parents, because you are free of them at the time, never absent you from knowing who your mom was.
No, at all.
And they gave you the story immediately that mommy had 10, things were not the best with mommy,
Yeah.
and so we had to take you.
Yes, sir.
And I think you did appreciate that.
Of course. Of course.
Mm. Now, your mom now, in reference to Dominica, what link did she build at that time?
My mother don't even know where Dominica is
What?
on the map.
So you mean that she never came to even visit you?
No, at all. My mother, I was last sister. We communicate very well because she was the one who took care of my mother in her last days. So she has visited Dominica several times. Yeah.
And she has visited Dominica. Is she now aware of all of the relationship that you would have built in Dominica with your adopted parents?
No.
So that means that you didn't have this kind of relationship in growing up.
No, at all. The only thing I remember, the other adopted mother that was in Barbados ended up her nenen, her godmother. That was the closest it is. But with the one in Dominica, no ties whatsoever.
Nobody ever said to you, Andy, in reference to your mom handing you over to these Dominicans, as to why?
Well, I would just, to myself, I think you said it earlier, that it wasn't maybe the best. I heard you mention something, maybe things was as bright as it could have been for her. So rather than kill or do anything, she just did things and it worked. It worked. Thanks God for that, for me.
And how did you get the name Andy?
Well, boy, that one, among the names people call me in Dominica, Andy is just one of them. Because my adopted mother used to make the party cocoa, I tell you. So the tablet, you had to make the tablet. And some of my friends, when they were coming to call me, they would call me Pashi. Some would call me Lanky because that time I was Meg, small. So a lot of names, man. So the Andy, I don't know, maybe from since school time it happened. Yeah.
All right, because many people, I'm sure, surprised that your name is not Andy. It's an AKA.
Andrew.
Because
Andrew is the name.
Because I always thought it was Andrew Andy Carter until tonight. I'm sure.
Yeah. I'm learning it for the first time. But we like him, man, as Andy.
Yeah, but
I like him as Andy.
But Ivona, in the ad, you could hear she knew about it because the time when I got the meritorious, they announced it like that. Andrew Andy Carter. Yeah.
And everybody forget your second.
No, nobody knows. Not forget alone. Nobody knows.
So it is
Patrick
Andrew Patrick
Carter.
Andy
APC.
AKA APC. Andrew
Patrick
Carter.
Yeah.
AKA Andy.
Andy, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
No, AKA Andy. You are in Dominica. You spoke about your preschool days.
Yes.
You went to Miss
Burton. Yeah.
And Miss Burton's school was
Sacred Heart.
Sacred Heart School.
And
Still
is. At that time, where was the school located?
On the King George V opposite the immigration building. Just where the Chinese had a place there.
You're talking about where Mr. Dr. Sorrento, Martin
right.
Sorrento,
You've got it,
used
Martin.
to be.
That's correct.
Yes,
correct.
Right. Yeah,
yes,
so we
right
know. So that is right there. Persons who are still wondering, just right opposite the police station, in Roseau. also too on the same side of that new REM, that building, that the REM.
Right.
Next
That's
to
the
REM.
area. You got it right.
Right. So persons who wondering where Miss Burton was, that's where exactly by Asta fans. Persons who are still wondering, because you know the strange thing about Dominicans, or most of persons from Roseau. This week, in conversation, someone said, I do not know the streets in Roseau. I can tell you Astafan Street. Astafan Street, and they'll give you all the buildings around Astafans to get you into the location, you know.
Yes.
So they will not tell you Hillsborough Street. They will tell you by the Social Security or by Cable and Wireless or by courts. That's what they would give you landmarks instead of giving you the street.
They wouldn't know King George V Street and Great George Street and all these
and
names.
Old Street and Hanover Street, you know, and Jurel Street and Turkey Lane.
Oh yeah,
you know. So instead of saying Turkey Lane, I just say where SMA is.
Right.
And then you say Turkey Lane.
Turkey Lane.
You don't say Jurel Street. Because if you get
lost.
You'll get lost.
Of course.
So you have to say Jurel Street is where Afimate parents lived. So you have to give people description of main buildings. So yes, Andy, so would you remember any of the boys or girls that you would have gone to school with in Miss Burton School?
Well,
Troublesome days.
My main person I know, and he told me how I was holding my pencil in an awkward way. But
Which you still do, right?
No. But when he showed it to me, it was unbelievable the way he told me that I held my pen in that kind of a funny way. My pencil at that time it was. But he has passed on. Lenny Emmanuel. We go a long way. Lenny
Emmanuel.
Leo Emmanuel's son.
Leo. Oh. I think yes.
He has Lenny. There's Leslie.
Yeah, Lenny died. He was out of state when he died, right?
No,
he died in Dominica. He died in Dominica. Yeah, because he lived out of state for a number of years.
Yeah.
With Lenny, who had the strip.
Well, yes, he was doing
the owner of the strip. Yes.
I had a little. I mean, he's my partner, and I wish if he was alive, I would maybe throw that one on him. But I'll still.
Yes.
Where he went, he wanted to be the president of boxing, so he went up against Job. So, but he lost badly, maybe 16-1 or something. So I was calling. It's a bit sad when I reflect on it. So I was calling Lenny to say, "Boy, who tell you to go and tackle Job? You don't know Job will knock you out." I'm not getting the man. I'm not getting the man at all. Next thing, you don't hear the man knock out in truth, the man in ICU. The next news I get is Lenny dead.
What? Wow.
Yeah.
That's a sad story.
Yeah, sad story for my partner, Lenny.
Yeah.
And I mean, as we on Lenny and I, we end up going good with school. Lenny came out 6 in the common entrance, and I came out 12, you know. Lenny came out 6, I came out 12. And he had the list, and he showed it to me. Maria swept it away. But I had that recollection where he gave me the list of the people who did the common entrance in 1969. And I was there 12th, man. Your boy was good.
So you came at number 12, and Lenny?
Lenny 6.
Yeah. Well, I know Leo used to tell me that Lenny was his...
very bright guy.
He said that Lenny was very bright, you know.
Yeah.
And he would have spent any amount on Lenny. But you know, when Lenny decided that he's richer than his father, you know,
but
I don't think Leo didn't take that in good stead.
Lenny went to Nigeria and then he was doing well, you know.
Yes,
he was doing well.
Yeah, he was. So you now left preschool. You are now into primary school. Roseau Mixed Infant School. Let us not say primary school. Roseau Mixed Infant School.
Yes.
We have to call it by its name.
Yes.
Right. Where many boys went.
And one thing
the girls at the time, the girls go to
well, let me see. I cannot recall girls, you know, although the name is mixed school. Maybe you know, maybe because of the name. The name signifies.
And one of these days I was asking myself that question. I went to Roseau Mixed Infant School and I cannot remember girls at the school.
Yeah.
Like Roseau Girls School, we had boys and girls.
No, I know we had girls.
You had girls.
I went to mixed school, yeah, man.
Because I can't remember a girl in my class.
I too. I can't remember seeing girls in mixed school.
Yes.
I know at that time girls used to go to St. Martin's School.
Yeah.
You know.
I wonder why they call it mixed. I'll do some research on it.
Yeah.
But what I stood out for me in mixed school was I remember one teacher that is Washburn Coffee's mother.
Miss Coffee.
Yes.
Yes.
And I know every after lunch we would do our times table. So from two times to 12 times. So you had to know that. And that was very good. That every afternoon. And you would get some knocks there with a ruler on your on your knuckles if you do get it right. But it was good for us because it assists greatly. And I love maths. I end up loving maths. I just like figures.
You're so right. I know when I went to Rosa Mix Infant School, my first teacher, I always say that is Norrin Joseph in
Right.
the ABC class. We used to call it ABC class.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you remember, Andy, yourself, when going to Rosa Mix Infant School, that when the bell rang, you had to stand in the doorway and they had to do some inspection. So did you do an inspection?
Yes, man. You had to, your nails and your hair and everything. You had to be speak and spank, man.
Yes. And if you had Gwenny here, what happened?
Oh, boy.
Well, not for you.
They're free. Well, no, I'm a coolie.
But you would have seen combs in the school, right? And teachers passing combs in guys
Of
here.
course.
You saw that?
Of course.
And
Yeah.
then what about your nails? What did
You had to make sure that but you check that before, you don't want to be singled out now and have that's an embarrassment. But your people at home would ensure you left home. I was well taken.
No, but
care
even
of.
if you left home, because sometimes school at that time was 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So you would have to leave home maybe at 8:30. And here it is, in those days the schoolyard had no concrete flooring. It was all dirt.
Yeah.
So guys kicking Milo
Yes.
tin, guys
Yes,
kicking what you call that again? Other tins.
Yeah.
All right? And playing football and so on. So your nails automatically
Yeah.
would get dirty. So it's not something, not our fault,
Yeah.
and you sweat up,
Yeah.
know.
But
So-
there was an emphasis on hygiene, for sure.
Yes.
In
Yeah.
that, I remember another teacher, Miss Joseph,
Yeah.
and Miss Coffee.
Yeah.
I think.
What about Miss Tavernier? Miss
I was
Tavernier.
just going to call
Miss
her
Tavernier.
name. Miss Tavernier was
Yes,
there,
yeah.
and I think the principal
Was
a
Miss
woman,
Christian?
and there was one. I think
Wasn't Miss
Judy.
Christian in that time? Wasn't Miss Christian your principal?
I know. I think it was
The mother
big
of the-
strapping lady.
Yes, that's the mother of Gebu.
Oh.
Yeah, the mother of Gebu. She was well in my time.
Yeah.
She was the principal of the school at the time. We used to call it head master,
Headmistress.
or headmistress.
Yes.
In those
Yes.
days, and we used to say pupils. We never used to use the word student.
Yeah.
Only when you were in high school, you would have heard the word student.
Yeah.
But we heard the word pupil.
Yeah.
We didn't hear kids. We heard children.
Yeah.
You know?
But that is what I remember with the mixed school. And then the first year Goodwill School opened.
Before you go to Goodwill School. So you went from ABC class to middle class, or to head teacher class, or to veranda. Which one you went to?
I remember going to veranda. I remember the only thing I remember is Miss Coffee at that time, and after that I moved on.
Miss Coffee was in middle class at the time, or she was in head teacher by the head teacher?
Not middle class. I would say middle
Middle class.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
middle class.
Because you just about 8, 7, 8.
Yes.
Approaching
Middle
that
class.
kind of
Yes.
yeah.
And in those days, the middle class was the only one that had two doors, one to the south and one to the north. The others had their doors to the south, facing Karam.
Yes, well, I was right up, I was right up, going, if you call it west,
Uh-huh.
close to there.
Also, so which means you was in the head teacher's
Yeah,
area.
I was, yeah.
So you're not in the middle class.
No, I was high, man. I was
Because you had ABC, middle class,
Yeah.
and then head teacher.
Yeah,
So you're in the head teacher
Quarters,
section,
yeah.
in the head
That's
teacher's
correct.
quarters.
That's correct.
In those days, and you
Yeah.
didn't go to veranda.
No.
So from head teacher, you went to where next?
Well, my recollection is that Goodwill School burst on the scene, and I tried to go to Goodwill School because naturally I was living at Canal Lane, so I wanted to go to a school very close to me. And when I tried the first year, I was admitted. So I went the second year of Goodwill School. I think Brain would help me. I think Goodwill School may be open in 67. But I didn't make it there. I make it in 68. And then I went to do the...
So which means, hold on. So you didn't make it in '67. So what does that say? You had to repeat.
I had to stay still
stay in mixed school, or you had to go to Rosa Girls School.
No, I never went to Rosa.
So you had to remain.
I remain where I was. Yeah.
Brain, I wonder why.
And
Well, maybe, it was a high quality school at the time, just
yeah,
open.
mixed
No, but
school.
normally after you reach a teacher, you
Yeah,
go to either Goodwill School or you would have gone to
To Rosa Girls School.
Rosa Girls School.
No, I didn't go to Rosa Girls School.
I wonder why, boy.
They kept him there.
Yeah. But I was all right.
I suspect, and he was a handsome fella, and they wanted Andy to be
Close to the principal.
close to the principal.
But when I went to Goodwill School, I started with Belgrave Robinson. Belgrave Robinson was my first headmaster. And then after Belgrave, I think that time Goodwill School was everything, You had Lawrence Peters in woodwork, you had Miss Burton in economics, and Goodwill School was the place to be. And then after Belgrade, I think only made 1 year. I think then you had Mishak Linton. And then Isaiah Thomas. That was deceased. That was my real mentor. I did afternoon classes with Isaiah, and that's how I got my scholarship on the great Isaiah Thomas. That school is named after him now.
Let's go back a bit, Andy, to when you entered in '68 into Goodwill Primary School. You would have met guys there. You would have, as you said, you made mention of your principal, but tell us some of the teachers at the time.
Well, there was one of my top teachers was Liron. I can't remember his first name, but he was a defense force, and he used to play cricket. He used to even play cricket for the school. Because that time Goodwill School was strong, in cricket. When you had people like TK and Sty and Merrill, and I could call a few of these fellas. And the other teachers, on the teacher's note, you had people like Mr. Nicholas, you had people like Mrs. Joseph, you had people like Mr. Riviere. That is the names I remember. The other lady, Miss Josiah. Miss Josiah used to be on the stage. I can't remember. Alana Robinson was right down with the juniors. Right down. Yeah.
No, Andy. Mm-hmm. In those days, you had students coming from Upper Goodwill, the middle part of Goodwill, Lower Goodwill. Also, you had children. There was no gutter at those times, no gutter community at the time. So you had people coming from Rawls Lane and Foncoley and Pottersville. Give us a kind of history of students that came from various parts.
Well, boy, I can tell you, fellas like Moses, Lincoln Moses, his name used to terrify students. There was Arnold Green. I remember a class, Arnold Green, Tudor Green, Kazaka, that is Hazel, Anthony. They had some fellas, man. In them times, you're fearful of them, man. I remember a time, just to give a little joke, a time I was going down the steps, so I had my long hair. So somebody was pulling my hair, and I turned wrong, and I swing one slap. And when I watch who it hits, Kani that hits, boy, I make dust.
Why was that?
Boy, I had Fred Kani, boy. Kani's one of them Moses brothers. You remember Kani?
I can't remember Kani. Kani is the one the dark one that.
No, boy, Kani was a bad fella,
No, I know all the Moses brothers are bad fellas. I mean, even the one that works that used to work in Treasury.
Oh, Urias, my
Urias,
boy. You work in customs with me too, so that's my boy.
So you had Urias. All of the Moses brothers were terrible guys.
And then you have Theodore doing the mechanical.
And Theodore was the notorious bad one.
No, man.
No?
The thing was Kani.
Kani was worse, man.
Kani, let me give you a little joke now while we're there. Kani used to take fish, tada piers, and pin them, and come and sell them, for And then he's saying, you see the color coming out of it? You see the color?
Wow. That's been enterprise.
He's selling it as goldfish, man.
But that was one of my hobbies, collecting fishes.
Oh, okay.
I had ponds, I had aquarium. I swallowed many a fish. by pulling siphoning water and thing. 'Cause I used to have guppies, mollies, goldfish. What is the most popular one?
You had angelfish as well.
For sure.
I also like
For sure, he didn't have in his aquarium milikaka.
and
For sure.
No, Millie.
Because as a matter of fact, milika live outside of the river.
you'd have swordtails and guppies.
Swordtail is very popular.
And
Yeah.
guppies,
In my time.
man.
Yeah.
I know all the fishes, man. That was my food. And you had to get your flicks. Had to buy flicks and feed them. I used to pride myself in watching them when they breed and see them smaller ones.
Imagine someone said, Andy, I don't blame you. I know them Moses brothers was bad
Very
guys.
bad. Candy was bad, I can tell you.
Boy,
when you swing that, and so he never chased you.
boy, I tell you, I don't look to see. Once I watch back and I see Sky, I out of there, boy. I was on the step, dust going up Greens Lane, boy. I never look back.
And where was Moses from?
Moses and them was either where he was from Cuban. You can remember Cuban was their father.
Yeah,
Yes,
Cuban,
yes.
Mr.
Must
Cuban.
be in that in the whole either Irish or
As a
one
matter
of
of fact,
them
they
place.
would have been one of the first set of people inside of the hole,
yeah,
in
yeah,
those days.
No, but they lived.
Bowers Lynn,
Bowers Lane.
Bowers
Bowers
Lane,
Lynn,
yeah.
yeah.
No, Andy, I'm sure you remember. You remember some of the bad boys.
Of course.
You said the Andrew brothers, the Green brothers. Sorry,
You know, they used to
The
defend
Green-
me. That was my defenders.
The Green brothers.
Yeah.
Daniel Green Chirena?
Yes. Arnold and Theodore.
You mean they went to that school?
Yeah, Goodwill School.
From Mount Daniel,
Yeah, they
you live in Mount Daniel at the time.
and they used to come there. And Theodore used to remind me that he used to carry me on his back, you know.
What?
And I used to say, G. yeah.
Somebody tell me, Cecil, you're not easy with your mealy kaka. But you know what? All of us know about the mealy kaka.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that can't go in the
It does
aquarium.
that. When you're talking about fish and
Aquarium.
we
Yeah,
as
in the-
boys,
yeah, in the
when you talk
aquarium.
about fish, we must talk about mealy kaka.
Oh, yeah, but that's when you.
we took
yeah.
our crocker's bag and go and catch mealy
Yeah.
kaka to do our job.
But in the aquarium, you have
In
to
the
have
aquarium,
specialized
you
fish.
cannot put mealy kaka in
I
that.
didn't even like tadapias. I didn't like tadapias.
didn't like
They were
tilapias?
too big. They were
Yes,
big and
yeah.
cumbersome. I didn't like that.
But the swordtails
I like
were
these
big.
small fishes. I prefer.
You could get a lot of the swordtails in Fokani. You would go Fokani in those days in the gutter in Fokani before that road was damaged.
Alright.
You remember there was this La Falaise,
Yeah.
you know, in Trafalgar.
Okay.
You know?
I'll tell you where I got my fishes in a while. But
yes.
let me, because also if you go in Dr. McIntyre's office, you can see he has an aquarium with a pump with oxygen. Dr. Markna, the minister of
Yes.
finance, he has that aquarium. He loves fishes. But if I tell you where I used to get my fishes, and right now, time passed. We used to go stock farm in the pond. There was a pond.
It's a pond. Government pond, we.
Yes.
Well, you used to go in the government pond and take a bit. Andy, tell us a little bit about that, Andy.
But we used to take
But
a crocus
the security,
back,
how you
and
pass
the
it-
security.
how you pass the security?
Evade the security. Mark where he is and what time. You will never see fight for hell and to watch how the fellas was watching how the timing of when the century moved there, timing from when he go to when he come back. We as movie fellas, you know. So we learn from them things there. And we used to go inside, take out, have our underpants saloon, we put our clothes somewhere else, and we take our crocker's bag, and we go on deep and come up with all our fish.
Well, you come and one guab, you may be taking about
Plenty
50.
fish. One gone, and we gone. One and done.
One guab.
Yeah, and you gone.
Yeah. Some person might not know what guab is.
A portion.
A portion.
Yeah.
Yes.
A guap.
So you take out your clothes, you hide it,
Yeah.
and you're in your slide.
And you in the pond.
Yes. And in the pond. And you telling me the security never catch you?
No, which catch now, boy?
In those days, in
And they were
stock farm,
bad fellas,
in
eh?
those days, they used to have goats and pigs and
Everything
so on.
was stock farm. Everything.
Yeah.
Was. And stock farm started right from DD Lane coming
Yes.
up. You get in your bag of mango. You don't even have time to reach Gotza or them far places, for your mango. Time you climb up the lane and so, all man have a bag of mango and going back down.
Somebody just said to me that we used to catch them in the gutter by the Goodwill School.
Yeah, but to me, this day, I don't know if it's not book the person talking. Cecil, you know book?
Yes, if I know book. So another person said that the tilapias and the catfish are bottom feeders and are not good to eat.
Yeah, but they were not my fancy, so
Yeah,
I don't care too much about them.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
So now, yeah. So you would make a little tubac. Did you?
I was a specialist in tobacco.
I don't believe you, man.
No, I don't know.
How you raised in that area to make tubac?
My tobacco, not school.
Yeah.
No, I was a stickler for school. I could make tobacco. My tobacco is don't go and bathe in the river. And I go and bathe in the river. And when you bathe in the river, you're white and your eyes red. And then you taking all kind of thing and rub yourself. And they used to say coconut, the pash. So rub yourself and do all that. But them parents, they always know the trick. And then you put in matches stick behind your ears and all kind of a thing for them not to take. But that is to work. They used to say, like when I hold you, you get beaten for all what you do.
Yes.
But they pile it up for you. But it's not that you ever fool them, I can tell you.
They know when you're lying. They know when you
your
didn't.
foot always white,
Yes.
your eyes red.
Yes.
And that time it was the marijuana.
Yes.
It was
sea or river.
a river.
Yes.
Yeah, the boys bathing. And don't go by the river with your clothes because man throw you in the water, so you have to stay far.
So while in Goodwill School, you said that you had a few bad boys, but you also made mention of Yaga Thomas Kentish. Would you remember why he was called Yaga?
No, Yaga that name come after, not in Goodwill School for sure. Because Yaga come from Lawrence Rowe. Lawrence Rowe, they used to call Yaga,
Oh, okay.
So that was Yaga. Tiki would get that name actually in grammar school when he was in grammar school.
So when you went to the Goodwill School, was guys like Scobie Lawrence and Bull Lawrence, were they at the Goodwill School at that time?
No.
They will be after you.
People like Style Rock. I can call a few names because I know a lot of fellas that play. There was Style Rock. There was that fast bowler. There was Rainbow, David Riviere, fast bowler. There was one of the Lestrade bowlers who he was playing guitar.
Hold on. Davison Riviere played for, I think, Belscombe.
Liquid Ice.
Liquid Ice?
Who
was a bowler?
Fast bowler.
Who worked at Domlek?
Yes.
Was a fast bowler?
Very fast too.
First time hearing that.
And then there was another one they called Peter Paul.
Yes.
There was a Peter Paul and Mary, but it's Peter Paul. And then there was a fella they called him Mulkey, Miz. It was a medium fast bowler. But then in after time, this is Rani played. Then there was Sty used to wicket keep. Sty used to wicket keep for Goodwill School. Goodwill School was strong, but fellas still in boys' school with Benoit and them. They say they used to beat Goodwill School, but I can't recall.
In your time.
I never, that time I just used to play cricket for Greenhalm and
Okay.
Greenhalm, we not yet reached to Greenhalm
yet. Yeah. So you remember some of those guys in primary school representing Goodwill School. What was competition like in those days?
Boy, it was primary school competition was everything. I just mentioned, you don't know, Irvin Benoit. Spraggs was a good left-handed batsman.
All on Irvin Benoit for Harlem?
Yes.
Went to Goodwill School?
No.
Oh.
Roseau Boys School.
Roseau Boys School. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they used to compete at a high level.
Okay.
They used to compete. That time, it was all good. All these schools, they were performing well. Yeah, but I can recall that Goodwill School was tough. Tough cookies.
No, let's go back a bit in talking about students that came from various communities. As I said, you had a mix of Fonkole children. In those days, they used to call Fonkole Vietnam. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So once you come from Vietnam, you find students who came from Upper Goodwill or maybe Lower Goodwill. would maybe want to have the distance away from them. You saw that?
Yeah, man. There was a fella, they was calling Diab from Fokole. When we went to get our mangoes, I remember we get our mangoes, and Diab take all our mangoes and take a thing and pong them, you know. Boy, that burned me.
So Diab took your mangoes.
Yes, all of us mangoes, and take a thing and knock them. Nobody wants soft mango.
So what would you remember, or you have remembered from the experiences that you would have gotten from the students from Fonkole? What are some of the things that you can talk about?
Well, not much I can recall for that, because I mean we were more paying attention to going higher, and so
No, but
after you leave them, you move on, you know.
So when
These
you
fellas stay down and you gone, you know.
So no, but while you're at school, things happen. So you hear higas, and most times when you would have heard the higas, would be boys from where?
You would get a scuffle among any kind of persons, any kind of a person.
So there was nothing like to say Fonkole guys against Pottersville guys.
No, there wasn't that.
It wasn't that type of thing.
Yeah.
Happily, what do you remember?
Oh no, it wasn't that scuffle. They all worked together. I mean, we knew the guys from Fonkole had a certain attitude, but basically everybody worked together, man.
Everybody worked together. I remember one little story with John I. This is John I. Where I felt I could beat John I, but John I had a bag with a long reach, man. And John I put some bag in my tail that day. I never got into punching distance of John I. John I swinging that bag. It had a long handle, man. And but the amount of cool bag I get.
I can imagine. No. You had the differences with students, because you'll find the guys from Pottersville would like to swim. They like the sea because they're close to the sea, and maybe even the river.
Mm-hmm.
The guys from Goodwill from Upper Goodwill would have this bureaucratic way. But when they get to the school, they would have to maybe mingle and so on. The guys in Bowers Lane and so on have a different style, a different life. What did you see going to Goodwill School with the boys from the various communities? What did you see that impacts your upbringing?
The point is that I lived in Canal Lane, and Canal Lane, before the apartments were built, and so all that was like garden. People had their gardens there, you know, where apartment is today, the nuns apartment.
Yes.
All that, people like Raina used to have gardens with plantain and fig and everything. So although we lived in Goodwill, not in the countryside, it was like a country setting. Because we would go to the river, we made the shortcut. We would get into all these things. Tubing, go up Champagne and come down with tube and go down right to the Jerubushiwi and still take and go up to right King Rockaway, that time it was called.
But it's amazing that you're saying that, because we have to help people to know where Canal Lane is. Because some person might just be hearing Canal Lane and they're not so sure where that place is. So people who know of the non-apartments or the Riverside apartments, that's what it used to be called.
That's what they call it.
Right behind of the apartments, you would get the Canal Lane area.
Yes, you
and
climb
you have
up that shortcut, right.
And
We
you have
built the
shortcut
shortcut.
right.
We built the shortcut.
That's still there today.
Of course.
Yeah, that shortcut
Of
is still there
course.
today, and many people would use that shortcut to go to the hospital before the steps were built by Patrick John in the early days, where now we have the Kapak.
Well, there was another shortcut. That's the one by the apartment buildings.
Where's there we talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you climb up,
Yes.
and you find yourself right by
On
Andes.
Greens Lane. On Greens
You go
Lane.
to Murphy,
Yeah,
Greens
you get
Lane,
onto
Murphy's
Greens
Lane.
Lane. Greens Lane
Murphy's
and end of
Lane.
Murphy's
It's still there.
Yeah.
It's still there.
Yeah.
And the Canal Lane route from there would take you straight down to Goodwill School, you know.
Yeah, and the Canal Lane has a history behind it. Why the name Canal Lane?
Yes.
Because a lot of the streets in Goodwill, or the lanes in Goodwill, were named after people or named after something. So the canal lane would have been, I'm sure, after the power, water.
I heard the water was passing through there to go to where the not DBMC, no, the
Housing.
Where housing is.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
where housing
right,
is.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Right.
So that would the water would pass
From
through
the
there.
river,
Yes,
from the
pass
river,
through there
and then
to go across. Yes, yes, yes.
And someone said to me, I'm not so sure how true that is, that there's presently there's a hole where someone lives in.
Yeah, a guy lives
by
there.
by the roundabout.
Yeah.
That the canal
The water would
go
go through.
right through there.
Yeah.
To get to Canal Lane.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, because there has a history with both Greens Lane and Canal Lane. Because Federation Drive came about when the Federation was formed.
That's correct.
Yeah. So then one of the first buildings they had, the first roads was Greens Lane and Canal Lane. These were the thing. That's why we in times I was just we heard or ever DC Stalin Williams in our sporting activities we ended up calling their Greenall, which is Greens Lane and Canal Lane. So a lot of people represented that area, that Greenall. You would have played against Greenall.
Oh yes, in those days, the Guineas was a very hard team to beat anyway. I can tell you. Cricket.
But have all the roads had their teams. You had Dallas City.
We'll come to that.
Okay.
So yes, Andy. So we established the fact that in Goodwill School that you had boys coming from all over from the
Different
Goodwill
sections.
area. So it was guys and we had Mondania. So which means there were guys from Kenfield coming to school there.
Yes.
And
yes.
those days there was no Massac school.
No, I
It
don't.
looks like there was no Massac school.
I don't.
There was Massac School.
There was Massac School.
But Goodwill School was a new thing, and many people wanted to go to that school.
It was a big
the
school.
junior secondary school.
Yeah, it was the junior secondary school.
Right.
Goodwill Junior
The
Secondary
secondary
School.
school.
That's correct.
It was a very big school.
Very big school with
Given to us by the
high-profile people.
Given to us by the Canadians?
The Canadians.
Canadians, yeah.
Given to us by the
Okay,
Canadians.
when you have a man like Belgrave Robinson as a principal there, you must realize it's a high-profile school.
Yes.
Isaiah Thomas, high profile.
Okay, what we're going to do, Andy, we're going to pause to take some calls. So we're going to take some calls, I should say. Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. Sorry about that. We are going to give you just about 10 minutes to call in because Andy would want to maybe interact with some people so that we know exactly what we are doing. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Mr. Cecil Joseph,
Good evening to you, Mr. Martin Luther.
King for President.
Yes.
Good evening, Andy.
Yeah, good evening to you, Sir Lufa.
It's good that you have such a photographic memory, my boy. Yes, you're talking about that word canal in Andy.
Yeah.
That was way back in where the water used to come down in that drain and go down to where you used to buy housing. That water was used to crush cane, my brother. That water, because I, as a boy, I can tell you, I swam in that water already.
Wow.
Boys used to swim there. And the water was clean as crystal. We used to go straight down to buy houses. They took crush cane in there. So that is how the word canal came across, okay?
So as you're on the line, Mr. Luther, where
Yes.
the Pentecostal church is at present, what was there? Potter's house?
What was there before?
Yes.
I can't quite remember what was there.
Kai Potter.
Kai Potter.
There was a house there.
Kai Potter. Oh, well, Philip Potter bought almost the whole of Goodwill, you know that. But Goodwill was an estate. Is that a fact, Mr.
Yeah. Sugar estate.
Yeah. And then besides your skills in umpiring and broadcasting and carnival, I think you have very good skills. and boys like you and me, we probably brought up around the same era, and we probably had the same habits. Because I could remember one day I was to go in the river and bathe, and fellas used to hide our clothes on the stone, and you had to go naked. Yeah, okay, good night. Take it easy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luther. Boys hiding your clothes underneath a stone. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, and this is cool. You have the wrong place. It's just above this I'm the immigration officer in that white black big building there, but at first in the 60s. You see, so you have the wrong place. Where you talking about? There's just a shop they call Alice Willis Potter Shop, where the Chinese is there. There wasn't the school. But we didn't think of that. Okay, that's Muku talking there.
Well,
Hi, Miguel
Muku is older than us, so you are talking of the present location based on your time. So not necessarily that you're wrong. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller.
Hi, Cecil. Good night.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Andy and Brain. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Cecil, earlier on, you made mention when you were talking about the schools. I'm not from Roseau. I'm in Roseau from 1967. And I know a lot of good villages. But the thing is, Roseau, the school you're talking about, the mixed infant school, was by Karam, right?
Yes,
Right, yeah.
yes, that's correct.
Good. I don't know if you can remember this lady from Antigua. She was married to a Dominican. Her name was Mrs. Anselm. She was once principal of that school.
Yes,
I believe Anselm.
Austin
Austin
Anselm
Ansel's
wife.
wife, yeah.
Austin Anselm wife.
Yeah.
Yes, she was a principal there. Also, I can remember her also in the school in Newtown it was what just called what? Roseau Boys School? By the Newtown.
Newtown Infant
by
School,
Harlem?
just by Suki
Savannah,
gas station
just by
there,
Savannah.
by the old school there.
Right.
Yeah.
She was also there. The reason why I say that is because my sister Mima taught with her in both areas. I can remember that vividly. The Rose School by Karam, I think she was the principal around there. So I just wanted to share that light this time because I heard you all mentioned about a fat dark lady, and I believe she was that person.
Right.
Okay,
Okay, guys, good night.
Thank you very much, caller, for that information. And we will in the Lakou. That's what's going to happen. People are going to give us
Interact,
the information that is required. So we will give you that opportunity that you can call in now and you can interact with us. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller. Good evening to you, caller. Well, you'll have to call us back. I'm sorry about that. And in those days, growing up.
Yeah. For instance, the caller mentioned about hiding your clothes under the stool. But that's another story I want to ask Andy about.
Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, good evening, gentlemen.
Hey, good evening,
Good evening,
Fado.
Yes, Andy.
Andy went to the bathroom, so you can go. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
He went to the bathroom.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was try. At that time in the bakery where Mosesing, Miss Mina, all of them they used to make because it's pashy with sukolandi, the pate banana and all these things right there, And Andy have a big tray in the Roseau market. His onion, garlic, and whatever with Miss Linda. Because Miss Linda was his adopted mother. But I know that story. I always knew Andy's Belgian. I always knew from a child. You know that because we had the saying is in the as Miss Melinda, all of them, and Marcy, that's Papa C's wife, C4 Richard, all of them used to send their barrels to Barbados with fruits, orange, grapefruit, mangoes, and whatever. And then we used to take a lady the barrel at nights to thief the mangoes. Boy, we by the riverside, we were not easy, after the people thing, because they are two big cats with big wheels, and they stood pin it down with the barrels to the federal maple and federal palm. But we used to break the barrels after they do it. Break it at night to thief the mangoes. Even though the mango green, but we used to do it. We really had some good days right in River Street. And it's a River Street and Kings Lane, Cecil. not way down Old Street. That's too far. We were right there, Kings Lane, River Street. So it's on the back.
Yes, Andy's back.
We are in Andy.
Yeah, man, you're right on the button there.
Right, is that we were not right down Old Street, Cecil. We
No,
were
I never.
right
I was asking
in
the question, Vado. I was asking the question.
I glad you
Give me the
mentioned.
location.
Vado, I glad you mentioned about Kings Lane because
Kings
when
Lane.
I was small, they used to leave me by Lady Miss Tench and Mavayo.
Stench, right, and Helene
And
and all
Vayo
of them
and
in
Mavayo.
Kings Lane there.
Because we had the respect which we raised up with that we called everybody Mavayo, Ma Kashi.
Mavayo.
Yeah.
Right, remember
Yeah.
Mavayo.
Of course,
Big
of course.
Dark lady.
They used to leave me there because Miss Tench used to make the best cuckoo. Cuckoo is kaku, you know.
Yes,
Say.
right.
I
that's
used to grind my kaku and put my nani and so in it. You know.
That is it, Vado. That is it,
But
Vado.
Andy,
Yeah.
but you used to answer to the name, and it was funny, you know, when we used to call the Pachi.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm a fun person, you know. I don't take much I don't make a fuss about much, you know.
I know, and then it's so funny now, Andy, you came back to where you started with us as a child. That's where you're resident now.
That's correct.
That-
You know, sometimes when I go by, I say, and they come back in River Street.
Thank you.
Right? Yeah, he started as a young boy and going. And when you spoke about the career, to me, I seen you with the career, you know, going Calais, Andy.
All right, thank you very much.
Though.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, bye.
Andy, Lauren Benoit said that nice seeing you, Andy, all of these years. Doubt if he would remember me. He used to be a real troublesome, eh? That true, Andy?
Is that me?
Yes.
Oh, well.
You were troublesome?
Of course.
So now, Andy, back to Goodwill School. And you at Goodwill School first grade? That's
No,
grade
he's
one.
moved on.
We used to call it grade 1.
No, he's
grade two.
probably moved on
Standard,
to
I was
standard.
Standard. That's what. Sorry, standard. Standard 1, standard 2. No, you would have done standard already in.
Grade, we were going up.
in-
Going up now to reach grade 7. Standard 6, 7.
Right. So you would have you would have done grade 1 in Roseau Mixed Infant School. So you came to grade 2 in the Goodwill School. So grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, grade 5, preparing for common
Standard
entrance.
3, standard
Yeah.
4, standard
Oh,
5.
yes, yeah, that's it.
Standard.
Standard. Wow.
And then
Standard.
I remember I with Mr. Nicolas. I remember Nicolas for sure. I remember Mr. Riviere for sure. Then Mrs. Joseph. They had made a special class in the library where Mrs. Joseph had. And then when you went on the other side where the stage is, when you reach the stage in Goodwill School is when you're at your best. If you're under the stage, you're just one class away. And then when you go on the stage, then you're a top brass on the stage.
Oh, so, and in that period, you had what is called special class then?
No, I used to do afternoon classes.
No, I'm talking about.
No.
As you're growing up, you remember there was like
Special was for people that are not smart.
No, what I'm
Don't
saying,
sleep.
there was 4D, there was 4A, there was 4C. I'm saying that, and there was something called special class. When I went to Rosa Boys School, there was something called special class.
I heard about the special
so
class.
you don't.
But special class is for fellas that are difficult in learning. So that I know a few fellas. I would call names now.
No, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, but when you reach there, and then we had that thing, and then Goodwill School was everything, you know. When we had Mr. Sorendo's wife come in and play music, come and plong, plong, plong on the stage. That time we had our brand new piano. And you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Mr. Sorendo.
Lynn?
Lynn,
You telling me Lynn in Dominica all that year? All those years? Sorry.
Of course.
Lynn surrender in Dominica
Of course.
that long?
Of course. She used to play music.
Well,
in our school.
Lynn must be 100 years, man.
No, 68 to now. No.
Right. Lynn came as a volunteer, you know. maybe a Peace Corps VSO on the island, because quite a number of them used to come from either England or America.
Ah.
So although she's I think she's Chinese, Japanese or something like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
What? I didn't realize that Lynn is in Dominica all
Oh,
of those
oh,
years.
yeah, man.
Wow. So she's a pure Dominican then,
Of
we can
course,
say.
of course.
She's like Andy.
Andy, yes, indeed.
So yes, Andy.
Yes.
So you found yourself on the stage, which meant that you're preparing for common entrance.
Yes, I did 1 year. I got a pass. I was entitled to. I had another year. My adopted parents say no, we're going to let him go back again, and then I went back. So I did it twice, and success. Story.
Many parents in those days would say no to their children when they get a pass. I wonder why, Brain.
Well, if you have a second chance and you're young, they keep you.
But the
Right.
excitement is to pass and to go to high school.
Yeah, but they want a scholarship.
Yeah.
So they keep you back.
So if when you go the second time you didn't get a scholarship, what happens?
Well,
Then you move on.
you move on.
No, Andy. So you are on stage. I think you mentioned a few teachers.
Well, it's run before the lower, just one step below the stage, and then Mr. Thomas used to come and do his thing. Isaiah Thomas, very good man. That he was an all-rounder. He would just be a principal. He would come and teach. And I can tell you, he did a fantastic job. I had the utmost respect for that man, boy. And he used to quasi people too, you know. He used to quasi say you're a monkey, or call you.
You mean
if
a teacher in school?
The headmaster, if you playing the fool, yeah, and he find you really answering dumb, he will call you a monkey.
What? And that wasn't considered to be
But
abuse?
it was good. It was all good. I hold nothing against him for that. I admire him, as a matter of fact. I maybe take some of that traits, because if people talking nonsense, I like to tell them.
You're talking nonsense. Yeah. Give that to you.
Yeah.
Wow. No, Andy. You start common entrance. You gave the story that you came 12.
Yeah.
Preparation for high school. In those days, you would put on your common entrance paper what school you'd like to go to.
Yeah.
What school you chose?
I chose grammar school.
You chose grammar
Grammar
school.
school.
And because of a scholarship, you got to go to grammar school.
Yes, but I have a little story there, because I had also done the SMA exams, and it was pointed out that I had come out first in SMA exam, but I don't care much about that. And
What?
Yeah.
You didn't like SME, man?
No, I don't know. I prefer grammar school all the time.
What?
Yeah. And grammar school was just fantastic for me. Grammar school in them times, the preparation, you had to have your short pants, your hose. It's not like now, everybody in thing. You have your hose, which is a grey, long kind of a socks. We used to say it's a hose. Britain would be familiar with that. And then you had to have your whites. You had to prepare with your whites, because it had PE, physical education. And then we started off with people like Mr. Fenton, John Fenton.
Yeah, John Fenton, yeah.
John Fenton was our PE teacher. And that was high class thing. See, when he introduced us to all sports.
Rugby.
Rugby, man, rugby. Let's get play a game of rugby. But I was troublesome. That is where my real troublesome part was. Guys, to tease.
So you played rugby?
We played some rugby. Yeah.
You played rugby?
Rugby.
Mega slim.
Yeah,
And you
to
played
run with
rugby?
your ball, and fellas grabbing you and falling on you and all kind of thing. And Fenton,
Technical wing?
Yes,
Yes, yeah.
yes. The best grounds on island at the time. The best grounds.
Better than Windsor Park?
Yeah, we had cushion there. It was better like that. You would swear it's the artificial grass they have, like what they have in stock farm now. That thing was smooth, and that was the best ground. And all teams used to practice there. But in grammar school, we had house cricket, house football, house athletics, everything. It was Daubigny, Dupini, BJ, Skinner. Everything was around that. So when it's cricket season, everything was season. We have cricket thing. We have football, we have cross country, athletics. We produce the best, some of the best. I know you had a few 1-2 fellas. We always go through that. Right now, by me, we go through the SME fellas. And you have fellas like Wadix Fast and Irvin Guy. Irvin Guy was grammar school.
Yes.
Yeah. But you had Blasha. Ian Blanchard.
Blanchard.
I just still relieve who was in SME and who was in grammar school, and talk to the fellas that were quick. Yeah, because at that time, they say if it had qualifying time, man like Irvin Guy would be...
For sure, Irvin Guy would have been in Olympics. For sure, 100 meters.
Yes.
Nobody to question that.
I think
Irvin Guy was in my time because just Irvin, myself, Wadix himself. Wadix was before us, so you had Irvin, you had Ian Blanchard. You had Ian Blanchard brother. Also was very quick. Roger, and in grammar school basically Clint Roberts was quick himself, and especially in the relay segment he was quick.
Well, in my era in grammar school was Jeffrey Lawrence, Scooby, Bull, Albert Romain, Speedy. We used to call him Speedy. The name doesn't come to mind again. Speedy was there, and that was the cream of the crop. And Abu. Do not underestimate the speed of Cecil Abu Elwin. Yeah, I said he won over the fastest time, and Jeffrey Lawrence took me to task. Okay, apparently it must be in a heat and not in the finals. But Hartley boast of having run quickly, I don't know.
Nobody can make me believe that, not even Hartley. Not even Hartley. Hartley doesn't look nothing like a 100-meter sprinter. Hartley maybe was a long distance runner.
I was the fastest man in the grammar school.
What fast? I want to get that record.
I was the fastest man in the grammar school, man.
That must have been 12.00.
What are you talking about?
12.00.
No, I was fast. I was very fast.
No, impossible.
I haven't been able to verify.
I would like Mr. Sever to call in and to tell me that he has on his list.
He was not my sports teacher.
He may not have been, but the record would be there.
It's there. He can look at it.
Loves its records. And I'm saying that I can see Hartley winning, but it has to be 12.00.
I was also high jump.
High jump. I heard
maybe high jump. You can see that. You can see high jump and long jump. You can see that in him.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see that in him.
So moving on from Fenton, and then we had Alpha James.
Yes.
From Portsmouth, Mr. James, yes, did a very good job, and then Ozzy Savre followed and so. But everything was going superb in grammar school.
So while in grammar school, there are boys that you would have come along from the Goodwill School. And there are boys that you would have met, especially from Marigot and...
all about, from Dudan, from all about.
Yes. Tell us about those boys when you actually arrived in first form. What was your expression about the new school?
The fellas from Goodwill School is fellas like this is Lenny, Ashton Deloney. These are the two which spring to mind. But then you had people coming from Portsmouth, like Justice Irvin Andre. There was Milton Lawrence.
Hold on, Andre came from where you said?
I think Portsmouth.
Portsmouth?
Yeah.
Portsmouth.
Yeah. Irvin Andre?
Yeah, Portsmouth.
Portsmouth. So you're telling me that the brother...
Ernest was there too. Two of them was in the same class. We attended 1-1 together, 2-1 together, and all these...
I thought that Andrew was always from Goodwill.
No, Portsmouth.
No, they're from Portsmouth, They're actually from Portsmouth.
Okay, I'm looking out for the discoveries.
Their father was the comptroller of customs at the same time.
In the early days.
Yeah.
Oh, he came from Portsmouth.
Yeah. So both brothers, Ernest and Irvin.
Lenny would be...
Lenny.
Did Lenny come from Portsmouth or Goodwill? Because Lenny would have been in the lower...
You mean Lenny Andre?
Yes.
Well, because they built and they had their house in Franklin Lane.
Yes.
So maybe eventually Lenny may have been a Goodwill man.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not too sure.
But okay, you're saying who you met in who you were with in grammar school.
Grammar school.
In those days.
Yeah. all Ronald Lander was there, Philip Joseph, you know Philip?
You talking about PJ?
PJ,
From Bavi State?
yes,
Okay.
was in my class.
I thought it's SMA Philip went, man.
No, grammar school.
Uh-huh.
I have no doubt about that.
Okay.
And then you had people, Hula Knight. Knight lives in Pifto Street. Hula.
Hula. Hula was a grammar school boy too?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there.
Tall Hula from grammar
Yes.
school? I thought Hula went to SMA too.
No. So the other fella, Evans Pascal. So he always used to freak out. And he found it amusing that Knight was living in, Trevor Knight, that is his name, Hula. He was living in Pifto Street. So he just used to always say, Knight lives in Pifto Street.
I like that.
And he took his kicks on that, Yeah. It
What
was
about
nice.
students from Marigot and...
Marigot, well, Evans was from Marigot. Evans Pascal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Granby and those areas.
Granby, you had Philip, Horsford, you had troublesome fellas, Hilarion, Jacks. You had a mix, man, of all kind of fellas. Anthony Commodore, all the fellas there was in grammar school.
Sufre Scott said, who would you remember?
Sufrier Scott said, no name to spring to mind, but I know for sure it had Granby fellas there for sure. I know Horsford.
No. It's like junior, the junior secondary school, Goodwill Junior Secondary School, where you had guys from various parts of Goodwill, Federation Drive, Pottersville, Fokole. And now you are in grammar school. You have guys from Marigot, Portsmouth, Doudan, Dublin, Granby, Sufre Scott. Tell us about those boys in that period, knowing that they come from different backgrounds.
Well, all of us had to get our foot in because we come from different things. Everybody is new to you. And I think I sitting down in the studio, Felix Henderson was in class with me too. This is Felix. Yeah, Felix was. I have a photo, in fact, with all of us there. You had people like Dave, Carl Winston, Randy Shillingford, Corkis Lee. I have to say it so.
Corkis Lee.
Lee. Eric, go and see if the cock is Lee. That is jokes of Nuriel.
Yes.
Curtis and what is the other one name? Oh, shucks. But the Nuriel sons, Eric. Curtis and Eric. So everything I record, people just used to blame it on Nuriel, Anything. Once it's a comedy, is Nuriel, that's it. But the first ones was Curtis, go and see if the cock is Lee. So they used to say him, cock is Lee.
You mean Curtis Shillingford,
Yes,
the father of this guy. Anyway, the name doesn't come to mind.
Yeah.
So
everything, that time it was jokes upon jokes. I would say Nuriel was up on the Federation, Goodwill, up, and they tell him free wheel the transport. He take out a wheel. Man, everything was blamed on. He said if the boat race was in Windsor Park, his son Norman would win, That time Norman used to be a fast driver.
Yes.
And the last one I'll give on Nuriel, I don't take too much on Nuriel. Because Nuriel came in the Windsor Park and football was played. Harlem and Gainsborough. And they say, what's the score? They tell Nuriel, 2-2. He asked who have all, He's up on Nuriel.
No, Andy, you are in grammar school. We know that a lot of the guys who came from the urban areas, we say country in those days, played cricket for grammar school. Some of them went on to represent Dominica. Would you have remembered some of these students?
Well, the most outstanding one would be definitely Lockhart.
Right.
Lockhart made the side, Dominica side at 15 years.
Right.
And we were watching Lockhart from our school playing cricket for Dominica. Yeah.
So you're saying to me that Lockhart went to school just about the same time as you?
Yeah, he was in a higher class than I was.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And how would what the school would have done when Lockhart come back to school?
Well, that was a big thing. That was a big thing. Before assembly, we would all meet and everybody have their preferences and what have you. And that is how we came to the point of Lawrence Roux, because they were, Abu was a Lawrence Roux fan and Thomas Kentish was a Lawrence Roux fan. But Lenny, Emmanuel and myself was I. Shillingford, Irvin. That was our main man. So we used to say after Gary Sobers, there is Irvin after Gary. So if we combine playing, once it can be 17-4-4, 17-4-5. You ask if Irvin there, and once Irvin there, la vidu.
Let's go ahead. I'm listening to the stories.
Yeah, man.
And you're talking about the guys who favored the best players of the West Indies. So you said Scobie and them used to love Lawrence Roux.
Abu
used to love
and
Lawrence.
Thomas Kentish.
And both of them found themselves playing for Dominica.
Yes, indeed.
Abu played bat open and one down and open.
More middle order.
Okay.
One down, middle four, free four.
And
he played for Windwards too.
And he played for Windwards, yes. And Irvin,
Kentish.
Thomas Kentish found himself playing.
But Kentish captain Dominica for a number of years.
Off spin bowler.
Yeah.
When those guys actually went to school with you, how much cricket do you think that they played compared to now?
Well, Thomas came after me. And maybe was 2 or 3, maybe at least 2 years ahead of Thomas. So by the time I would be 4th, 5th, he would be maybe second form. So I didn't have much thing to think. Most of Thomas Kentish cricketing thing is with Celtics. Because we'll get to that where I played for Celtics,
No, you made mention of Scobie. Those guys went to school together if you in high school.
Yeah. The Scobie and them was higher than me. And Desmond Carlisle.
Yes.
Desmond Carlisle, he played
As a matter
for Dominica.
I saw Desmond today, and I meant to say that when we started.
He was a fast bowler.
He actually taught at the Rosa Boys School.
Oh,
Desmond Carlisle.
Okay.
And he also taught at the grammar school as well.
So I in my time going to school, he taught second form, I think, at Rosa Boys School. But I'm learning that for the very first time. I know Carlisle all my life.
Yeah,
I never knew that Carlisle played.
Oh, he was a fast bowler. Yeah, he was a fast bowler, man.
Carlisle?
Yeah, man.
Desmond Carlisle was a very destructive.
Carlisle for SAG Motors?
Yes, he was fast bowler.
Carlisle for SAG Motors?
Yeah.
Carlisle after interview.
He played for the grammar school as well.
And he played for the national team.
I
like the word he used. He was the destructive bowler.
Destructive bowler.
Carlisle, John Map. Carlisle,
Desmond
Carlisle?
Yeah, man.
He was very quick.
I want somebody else to call me and tell me that.
Yeah.
Because I'm lost. I saw Carlisle in church this morning. We shook hands.
Yeah,
we smiled to each other.
He was a fearsome fast bowler, man.
Yeah, he was good.
Oh, very good.
I never heard in all of my cricket discussion, I never heard anyone mention
Desmond Carlisle. Oh, yeah. Tall, strappy Desmond Carlisle running in from the northern end.
Yeah. But I'll tell you about Desmond Carlisle because in house, I was in Beaupierre and we were not strong much. Although 1 year we may have come out second in athletics. But our main thing was to win the tug of war. And the tug of war, winning it, you would get a big cake made by Eric's Bakery. But that was a sure win for us. We put the big rope around Carlisle's waist, and nobody can move Carlisle. And then you had people like Alan Paul doing the other work to pull.
From the front?
Yeah, from the front. But you could move unmovable man, Desmond Carlisle.
Well, this is amazing, seeing people today. You'd never say in the youth the things that they did.
Oh, Carlisle was a powerful fella, man. Huge Desmond Carlisle.
Yeah, man.
He was called Turbo.
Turbo. Wow. And you said that he played for Dominica.
Yeah.
Wow. I only.
Well, you're learning. You must go.
I'm happy to learn that. What about Billy in your time? Billy Doctor.
Billy played football but his time was short-lived, I should say.
Billy's listening, you know.
I know. I told him
Billy is
Short-lived?
Short-lived?
What happened to him?
in football, because I think on more than one occasion he fell and he broke his arm. So Washburn always used to pressure him. Washburn Coffee, his good friend, his good
friend.
buddy.
Yes.
I say, Mr. Philly, man.
Mr. Philly.
Philly. When,
Philly. Yeah, you're so weak.
Yeah.
Yes. So as of now, I'm going to call Billy Doctor.
Philly.
Mr. Philly.
Philly.
And you can imagine, you know, at that
That's
time,
my boy.
if today Billy still is slim, I can imagine in those days you're slimmer.
Oh, I was.
Billy, let's put it that way. Billy was meg.
No, I was the man that day. I was a one. A one. They used to say the amount of rough cake and turnover I was eating with them big red juicy. They could understand how I was staying meg like that.
So you're greedy in a sense.
Yeah, but the activities we used to participate in kept us small, at that time.
Yeah.
Because we used to play by Malaron there, and we used to wait for the Eric's van to come just across the road there with that fresh, nice hot milk bun,
The turnover.
the biscuit, rough cake. Man, all them cakes were that, man.
So let me ask. So just go back a little bit to Billy. You said that he was short-lived.
In his football career, for grammar school. Yeah.
Short-lived.
But he was good, He was good.
Defender?
Was good. No, midfield.
Midfield,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought
but not as stern as his brother Chaucer.
Okay.
Not as stern.
All right.
But he had good skill, good. Billy's a sportsman, so you couldn't take that away from him.
Okay.
Yeah, creative, but physicality, maybe.
It's a shortcoming.
I don't want to.
Any win to carry him. Any win to carry Billy. Any win to carry you go.
Billy call Cecil, baby.
Andy, you were the one who said that Billy Doctor, the elite umpire, was Philly.
Philly, man, you just knocked him on the floor.
Win to carry him go. So a man telling me you playing for house football, you play and you're breaking your arm.
And remember,
house football.
No, he broke his arm playing for grammar school. At the Windsor Park. At the Windsor Park. Yeah.
Remember in those days,
represented,
Remember in those days, fellas used to charge you. You get your big charge.
But and he never got his hand broken.
Hula broke my hand, once with a wet kiss.
Hula was the goalkeeper, no?
Yes, but in our liquor house thing, he had them kiss ball and it had plenty of rain and it was wet. And Hula take a shot and I put out my hand. But it was just a cracked bone.
So Andy was really meg. So now, Andy, coming to the end of grammar school, you had to sit at those days CXC. I'm sorry, GCE. What was the feeling like?
Well, that is where you're going to get something that you've never heard before, coming from Andy Carter. There came 1974. And there began that movement, the Black Power movement.
What, Andy?
Yeah. Golf must go. Brian might remember.
The white man golf?
Yeah, white man golf.
Principal of grammar school?
One must go. And there was a big hue and cry of golf must go. So two activists, I'll call their name, Washburn Coffee and Nato Maynard.
Well, Washburn in all sorts,
Yes.
I can't
The man
understand
still active.
Up to this present day, Washburn
He's still active, man.
And he can never win his fights. He can never win his fights. Washburn Coffee was in that too.
He was in.
So these two guys, they were in Canal Lane. It's Canal Lane boys. So it's they that making, ruling out pamphlets and doing all kind of thing. I decided, when the recapitulate me, which you rice will bust your head. So I stayed away from the man thing. Only to when the fellas on the corridor talking that day because fellas not going in class, bad boys starting to behave. They're talking with Randy and them, Randy Shillingford and Winston and them boys. And then I think Humpty, Mr. Alexander would pass and tell me, he leave everybody and come to me and tell me go to my class. So the kind of thing I was stubborn, I took that hard. I say I not going no class, man. And then they tell me to go down to the principal office. That time I think Mr. Levy was there. Mr. Levy that was there. And Mr. Levy want to cane me. I say never happen. Nobody do it in me.
And you that way there?
Boy, you mad man. I say no, I go in at my home. And I left. That is where it begins. The story begins there. Because I left and I never told my adopted mother what had happened.
You left school?
Yes. I left and they gave me a letter and I never showed it to her for her to come to a meeting. So I back out. So there I left school. No,
Fifth form?
No, I was still in fourth. Golf had punished me. I came out about 15th in the class, and before that, Golf had tell me I not going up. Beforehand he told me I was going up because of what, and he kept me down, and that I just got disoriented, and I decided I don't need that, and I left, and then. Let me just run that because that part is something you will never know, and I'm going to put you on a spot just now. Just wait a while. So then, Black Power, everything, golf must go, and what have you. 74, then forget about school. Then, well, I'd play for grammar school, you know. I'd play for under 15 grammar school, and I'd play for the senior side under Scooby and them. Because what happened, I'll just jump that football thing first before I go to an interesting part. Where Hula was the goalkeeper. And then I always used to go in tech wing and collect ball behind the goal. So I can tell you two goalkeepers in grammar school that were better than me. Francis Spear and David Lugie. They were better than me because of house football, we could see that. But I used to go every afternoon, and when he was training the island side with fellas like Dewars and all them big guns and they shooting, I would just go behind and collect in. So it happened that Hula got sick and they decided to put me in the goal. So I played a few matches for grammar school there. Yeah, that is that. Then after, that was 74, 75 now, Maurice Ayers, this come and check me for me to play for Celtics. And I played for Celtics.
Maurice Al Marshall Boy.
Marshall Boy. He identified me and he made me come. So I followed in line of Augustine Loblack, Musopi. I can give you my lineage of playing football, goalkeeper for Celtics. Musopi, Augustine Loblack, Dadai, Heskey Fergus, and then Andy Carter. I played a knockout against Chombi and Harlem against. I won a knockout match for Celtics against Saints. The scores was 1-1 at the end, and penalty. I saved a penalty and I took the winning penalty and moved my side on. So that was my greatest football moment. I just thought I had to say that. That was my greatest moment. But I want to come back to the historical part because in 74 we had that one thing. I'm going to tell you something. In 74, that deceased U White gave us a piece of land. When I say us, Michael Freeman, Bobette, Alex Ty, Earl, this is Earl Doriver, Stalin, Ye, there are about 7 of us. Imani Shaw. I do forget Imani. So I was going to ask you, do you know that I was a dread?
And the Carter was a dread? No.
I know that is
never.
I know how shocked you
were. Impossible, Andy.
I know, but I was curly
what kind of dread?
But I was curly locks.
Your locks up?
But with my watchet and my...
And the Carter?
Yeah, but we were going to a piece of land you White had given us in 74 by the Emerald Pool. We used to say it's an island because it was surrounded by water, the boundary. The boundary. And then what happened, why we had to stop is when the defense force started killing dreads. We had
Hold
to
on,
leave.
Andy. You're telling me you left school.
Uh-huh.
You take your good mind because the principal decided, Mr. Levy decided he was going to kill
me, yeah.
Flog you.
Yeah, but they had
Beat
kept
you.
But
You
they had
left.
kept, but they had
They
kept me
kept him
down
back.
too.
They doubled you.
They doubled me.
Because you did something that the school wasn't happy about. So for your punishment, you were doubled.
Yes, but
Right.
they were good with me.
And you decided that on your
I'm
own.
a radical at that time, man. My brain's gone now.
So Washwe got a disciple then.
He got away, Washburn and them got away because it's me that thing. But Washburn was in our movement, you
So
know.
Washwe never fight for you then?
He never became a dread then, Washwe.
Wash, no, well, he used to do his little thing. Remember, Washburn and them had land in Rivier Syric. Still
Yes,
have.
Yes.
But we, that 7, I tell you, the Beaupierre, Sty, Imani would testify about that. Because we were so dread. We had get dread because Imani, we used to go by Imani home, that is former President Shaw, and make...
Churchlin.
Yes. And make quaim, you know. And eating in Buri, that is Calabash.
A long time all the fellas dread, man.
Yes. So, Tuluma, Kaku, and coconut milk. And Mr. Shaw and Mrs. Shaw never gave us any problem. They would come home at 1, they meet us there, we will clear the way, we will get infringe on them, and they never think. And I hope Imani listening, because we used to tell Imani to get a transport for us to make the trip to the Emerald Pool. That area, and his favorite thing was you can't go to Zion on an iron.
In those days, I was so dread. Oh, I'm so dread that you cannot use an
You
iron.
can't go to
And it was really dread because I tell you a time Dominica was playing St. Lucia. I'm a sports fanatic. And you know, Imani and myself, we decided we're not going football. We're going up in the hills, man. We're going on our land. And the Sunday afternoon we went up and we have to pass through Campbell and bus out in Despo. We walking, you know, and bus out in Despo. We took the wrong road and we end up right back down Massac. and then when we met an old man that was going up, he was going up Puku. Mm-hmm. So we walk up with him. And when darkness took us, so we had to sleep in a little banana shed. we had a good thing, we had all our thing like sheets to cover the pie fig and settle down for the night till next morning for onward journey to Emerald Pool, man.
Andy,
yeah,
not too many people knew
that one, yeah.
We're discovering that now tonight.
Well, I told you that's discoveries, you know.
Andy,
yes,
you live in Zion?
But of course, by the way, that's too long. Why? You should ask me why.
Why?
Because the defense force started. That was the area where people started to get shut down. So my parents and them didn't want me to be in that. So there I came back down, and in '75 I moved on to Barbados. After that, coming out from the dread, I end up going to Barbados on the final trip of the Federal Maple. Final trip in September 1975, and the Carter departing out of Dominica.
And how long you stayed in Barbados?
I stayed in Barbados. I went up by my next adopted mother. I started selling fruits for them. I'm a top vendor, you know, man. When you hear me singing in the bus down, you wouldn't know it's me.
Let's give us one.
This here juicy. Get your juicy apples. Get your oranges. This here juicy. Come get them, and I on the ball, and I selling like I'm mad. And then the lady had a good captain that I used to frequent with her in 1975, and then she asked for a job for me to sail. and I got a job to sail in 1975. December 1975, I became a sailor. And then I work on the ship from December
Hold on, Andy.
till March.
Hold on, Andy. So you're telling me that you did not finish high school?
No! And now I come into that now.
Yeah.
While I was in Barbados selling fruits, I remember Roy Shillingford coming up there to do some course and so. And then I'm glad you just hinted me where I was just going to miss. That I saw people, elderly people, going to O-level institutes. So that triggered my mind that I could do it too, because I had almost given up on all that. So when I saw the people going to O-level institutes, people 40, 50, 60 going to O-level institute, I say, what? I'm going to go back to school, man. So I chose, I said, where the lady living, my adopted mother in Dominica, the conditions in Dominica more conducive for me to study. So I told my sister and them I'm going back down to Dominica. They thought I was mad. I said, no, I'm going back to Dominica. I said, I'm working in Barbados for 10 cents and I cannot give my adopted mother a dime, 5 cents. I prefer go down to Dominica and get 5 cents and we share it. We share it, free, 2 or whatever. And then I came down to Dominica and then I went to afternoon classes. And then I was with Poussin, Franklin Shillingford. So I did accounts, commerce, and English. And I got a distinction in bookkeeping, ACC. So I got my 3 subjects. And then I applied for a job in customs. I got the job. Then while they used to have 2 subjects to get appointed. They changed it and they put it to 4. And they don't want to appoint me. So I went back and I do 3 more subjects. I go and do history, economics, and maths. And then that's how I end up getting all 6 subjects now. And Carter well set.
Boy, Andy, you have a history, Andy.
I well set, and to add, after that in 1985, 86, 87, while working in customs, I taught part-time, I taught people to do GCE, and one particular year, 86, I had 28 students, 2 distinctions. So I know my ability to impart knowledge. 2 got distinctions. I would call their name. Although I can call one name, I can call them, man, because there's something you achieve. Janita Williams and former chief personnel officer, Irma Edwards. They got distinctions under Andy Carter's guidance. And then I had 21 out of 21. I got 13 B's, 2 distinctions, and 6 C's. 21 people pass under my guidance in part-time while teaching in customs, going afternoon classes up at the SME, and I was proud to have imparted so much knowledge, Cecil.
No,
I give you the good, the bad, and the ugly.
No, that's good. Congratulations, Andy. I must say to you, congratulations for that success, because you could have stayed in the Zion. Thanks God the defense forces came around,
Right.
and because maybe also you'd have been in the bush.
So Imani never asked you why Imani is still there.
Imani is still there, yeah. My partner.
Imani still have his locks.
He's still there. He's heading in Nyabingi.
Yeah.
So he never asked you, boy, why you left us?
Yeah, he never ask you.
Yeah.
He never ask you.
We meet, we talk, we joke, we do everything, but no, not really. He knows everything, man. Imani knows.
So let me ask you, Andy, were you one of the guys in those days used to tell the farmers, give me all what you have?
No. I was going there. It was the culture. We felt a certain way about a way of life, where you do eat this and you do eat that, and it was a kind of a good levity, as the Jamaicans would say, levity, Where
So in those days, Andy, we know openly that the guys, when they when they would have gone to Zion, one of their biggest plantation was planting of marijuana.
No.
Food.
Yeah, we were thinking of food. We were thinking of food.
And so, Andy, I want to get a little bit much more of the life as a dread, because now you started from Washburn Coffee where they were talking about that white principle
Black power,
that
yeah.
and talking about black power, and then you actually graduated before Washburn. Washburn never got graduated because he never went into it.
He never went into dread.
Right. And you and
I think he grew his locks, you know. Washburn
was a locks.
Yeah.
Washburn Coffee had locks.
Washburn grew his locks.
That was
watch it. You have to watch it.
Watch it.
Don't shake that in the river, man.
Watch it.
You have to do that. You have to do that.
I cannot see Washburn living in my coffee house or Mr. Coffee house with locks, you know.
Oh no, the father and him had a
The father was easy.
The father
was a tough one.
That wasn't easy. So I can't see Washburn living on Federation
Yeah.
Drive.
In fact,
Federation Drive and Solomon Lane.
I tell you,
Yeah.
I tell you.
So
And I know Greens Lane.
Greens
Greens
Lane
Lane,
and
yeah.
Greens Lane with locks.
Yeah.
I can see that.
It was a torrid time, I should say, for Washburn. But if you went to his room, he had pictures of everybody, Malcolm X and all. A real black power thing, man, you know what I mean?
Also, Washburn, when
So
you
there you
hear
get it.
Washburn talking.
Yeah, you have it from there, man.
Okay,
Yeah, man.
because some people tend to think that Washburn is just talking, but you're making it, you're putting the story out that Washburn was conscious
Washburn has
in
been
his
an
days.
activist, man. Washburn is an activist. Still is.
Still is.
He's still burning fire.
Yeah. No, Andy, you live the life of a dread. You ate the food of the dread. You would walk in the Zions at night times. How
was it in the
No,
night?
it wasn't much. We didn't have much of that. The life, yes, but not to say to be in the hills night time. We didn't have time to reach that high stage. You check? We will run. They make us run out of that earlier clock. Earlier clock we had to abandon. But I remember just in our little canal lane, we would go by Ma Anna. That is what the grandmother. It's bring you the milk.
Yeah, I know.
In Pottersville, where she had an ital shop. So we'd finish all her bananas and all her sours up on any given night. What he produced that is there. But I never see man eat so much ripe fish.
Boy. And there's quite a number of people actually looking up, you know. I just want to say good evening to Tony Mead in Guadeloupe is watching. Antonia Doctrove, she's also watching.
Antonia, well, Billy listening. Once Antonia watching, Billy listening. Call Billy, call.
Danny Joseph is also watching. Lovely Dominica E. Man is also watching. Alicia Williams, Maximine Powell is also.
Zabet boy.
Yeah,
Zabet boy.
Locks, man.
No.
Locks is right on his feet, right?
No, them fellas wasn't looks like that in my time, man.
No, Zabet never had locks. Zabet went to SMA. He went to SMA together with me. Yeah. And I never expected a Polish child to be a Rasta.
On a Rasta, man.
I never expected that Polish child. And as you're saying that, there's quite a number of police officers that trained became Rastas. You know?
Right.
Tilly's father was a policeman.
Yeah.
That is
Tyrell
Thomas.
Yeah.
My cousin.
Yeah.
You had Mr. Powell.
Beaupierre and father.
Yes, you know.
Yeah.
You had
but even Billy father.
Billy father.
Trove.
Yeah, Billy father.
Trove.
Yeah, Trove. Trove was the biggest Rasta in Dominica.
That is Billy
But
brother.
Billy never tried to become Rasta now.
Oh, you madman.
Good evening. No, we're going to take 9 o'clock. We're going to take for 10 minutes. We're going to take some calls. Good evening to you, caller.
Greenwich.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Billy.
But you never become dread, man.
Billy, why you never become a dread?
Doctor will kill you.
I've been a dead man.
Mr. Doctor will kill you?
Oh, yeah.
But Billy, you had your brother Trove, the biggest conscious dread in Dominica. How come you never became a dread?
Boy, we joking.
No, Yana were very close. You know, remember, he grew up together. My father and my mother. You know, my brothers. That's why all of us called my mother auntie because of him. Because when he was the first child among my mother and father and so on, then he used to call my mother auntie. So all of us grew up
called my mother auntie, and we grew up we very very close. You know, we very I close to all my siblings. My father had children before he got married, and all of us very close. You know, but we grew up. I grew up in Greensland there. You know, and all the things Andy's saying there, I can vouch for all them things. You know, I didn't go to the extent to go, but we used to be up and about, roaming the streets in Greensland, in Green Isle. You know, we went to grammar school. You know, I was ahead of him, but we went to grammar school together. We played sports, a lot of sports together.
But the man,
you know,
but Billy, the man said something about you there. You have to defend yourself.
What's that?
The man said you're fade. You're fade.
No, I was in reference. He was
no,
football.
No, different.
You asked me
the
about
world
football.
heard you
Tell
say
him.
Andy.
But you have to put it in context.
Hold on.
But everybody have their levels of toughness. You know, everybody have their levels of toughness.
That's your defense.
You know.
That's your defense.
Yes, that's my defense.
The man said
you know,
that.
and they said, because when I played my first match for grammar school, I was all excited football against SMA. That time SMA and grammar school, a lot of rivalry in Windsor Park, and I broke my hand in Windsor Park.
No, not you broke your arm. Not you broke your arm. Not you broke your arm. Somebody brushed you. You're that weak. That's what Andy said. Andy said you're failing.
I jumped and I rolled over David Kentish.
Yeah.
I rolled over David Kentish's back, and when I came down, I fell on my wrist, and I broke my. I hit for laugh for was the referee, and I got up and he hold my hand and say, "Oh, let me fix that." And he had my hand pulled in and tried. I said, no, leave that alone.
What?
Yeah. So we had real good times growing up with Andy, you know, Andy Washby, you know, Alan Shaw, all the people in Green Isle. And we had a wonderful time. You know, we had a good team. We had a very good team in playing cricket, football. We played all sports together. You know, we won the knockout competition up in Goodwill League amongst all the big stars. You know, they had MJ Stars, they had Murphy's Lane, Upper Goodwill. And we, among all ourselves, we did very well, and we won the knockout cup. You know, and he used to be a goalkeeper. Then he play up front, and he must have played every position, every position. You know, but we had a wonderful time. I just wanted to tell Andy, you know, just I've really been happy how that he has progressed. And when he went into the tennis industry, he has been the number one coach in Dominica for a number of years. You know, so I just want to congratulate him on that, and I'm hoping that he can continue that for a few more years. I know that he has said that he wants to retire, but I will tell him that, Andy, you can't retire it. You can't retire it. None of us can retire it, because we love our sport so much that we can't retire it. So, all the best for now. A great program. I'm listening. Bring back a lot of memories, you know, and I'm enjoying the program.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, let me just add one thing there, Cecil, because I think I omitted it, which Billy's sister was what I used to call her Dada. She took care of me. She was the assistant to my adopted mother. So when my adopted mother would go to the market, and so she would have taken care of me to comb my hair and to do all the different things. And you remember to go and get your afternoon, boy. That time you go in school 9 to 12 and you go back in the afternoon, Brain.
That's right.
Yeah, well, from 1:30 to 3, something so.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to say that Kelvin Ambrose says that he's watching. Simeon Zamo said that he's watching. Sorry, not Simeon. Also, Agatha Joseph is watching from Wesley. Simone Zamo is watching. She said hello. Ulston Karam watching from Vancouver, BC. And also Al Binois is also watching. And Savile Jones Moses is also watching.
Let me just say one thing.
Before you say that, Andy, someone's on the telephone. Good evening.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. It's Tony Charles from Green Isle.
Oh, Tony boy.
Oh, Tony.
Well, Tony,
I'm a little
nice man.
that you guys skipped over Green Isle very quickly.
Oh, we have not gone to Green Isles yet, sir. No, we have not gone. Sorry, I'm not going to Greenhouse yet, Tony. Sorry about that.
Go ahead,
No, you
Tony.
talk about Greenhouse, and I'm glad that Billy just called in because, and if I can just kill two birds with one stone, Billy actually started a track and field where we would run around Greenhouse. What wasn't 4x4. We would Federation Drive to Solomon Lane, and we would have stations, and we would do whatever. But having said that, Andy was an amazing influence on a whole bunch of us. Andy went to grammar school before me. But a funny story that nobody knows about soccer and Andy. We played under 16, and Andy is the goalkeeper. And Harlem got kicked out of the league, so some of the guys came down to play on the second division. Sorry, not on the second division. And one of the strikers went through our whole defense, and when he came to Andy pulled him down, and it was a penalty. In those days, you didn't get a red card for being the last man, obvious foul. But Andy saved penalty. Won the game.
Good
It
on.
was one of those things I had never seen before, but Andy so influential. And one of the things that Andy never talked about in Greens Lane was that he would have to wash the bottles to sell the ginger beer, and we all had to help him do his chores before we could go play.
That's
how
correct.
resourceful. And do you remember that?
Oh, boy, thanks for. Yeah, man, my boys had
I
to
will let
help
you
me.
go when I'm listening.
Yeah, man, I couldn't leave before my bottles were washed and the yard was clean. So, fellas, because I was the captain, so fellas had to come and help me for me to get things done before I could go and play. Ou pas ça qui te Kaila va ou faire zafè ou zafè. So, boys had to come and help me. Thanks for Andy Ginger Beer, John Revere, all them man used to come and help me wash bottles. Yeah, man.
All right, thanks.
Two amazing people in my life in Greenland. Actually, three. This is Earl, Andy, Billy Doctorow. Three amazing people from Greenland, among others, obviously. So I'm going to hang up and listen to the rest of the show.
Thank you. All right.
Let me just say.
Daryl, hold on. Daryl Titzel is listening and watching. Augustus Baron is also. Lauren Benoit is also watching. And Primrose Libla Baron is also watching. And Philip Horsford is in Emsall, and he said that he's watching. Good evening to you, Daryl Titz. And Daryl said, good evening, my friend Andrew Carter.
Thank you.
And you know what Andrew says? When Daryl says Andrew. Sarcasm is there.
Andrew.
So before we go, let's take another call quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Cecile, good
Yes.
evening.
Good
How
evening.
are you?
Fine, and you?
I am good. Hi, Brain. Hi, Andy.
How are you?
Andy,
Hi, I'm there. Hi.
do you remember Nurse Luge across from Rivier's house?
Not vividly, Nurse Lugi. Not vividly. Try to bring me to something that I could remember.
I used to spend my summer with her, and you all used to call me sister.
Okay.
So did you live across from Sandra's house?
You were Sandra and them Sandra Dorival or Sandra Kazimi?
I don't know what her surname was.
Okay,
but
because we had two Sandras up there. We had two Sandras earlier, sister Sandra Dorival, and there was also Sandra Kazimi, who Camilla is her mother, but I'm not too sure. No.
I think she lived across from yours house. But I remember you.
Okay.
Do you remember a man named Mr. Elwin?
Oh, yes, of course. Elwin used to cut
Right.
my hair. Elwin was my barber. With Michael
sister-
Elwin and Albert Elwin and Ingrid Elwin.
Right. So my sister was living in that house, and I used to go and spend the summer with her.
Okay.
You know, I looked at your face, and I'm hearing Andy, and it just a light bulb just came on in my head.
Okay.
You know, I used to be with Mrs. Rivers' children. You know.
Okay. Sonia and yeah. I know. Right. Desiree, yes, and CC, yes. I know all the people, yes.
John,
Mm-hmm.
Sikie, you know.
Sikie, yes. Robertson Rivera, yes. Yeah.
Yes, but I remember very well, and you are so jovial. I didn't know you would turn out to be as jovial like this. You know, I'm laughing evening.
Well, there's even so much more joviality to come.
Oh, yes.
I'll be up until the program is over.
Thank you.
Thank
All right, thanks. Let's take another call. I'm sorry about that. Call have to call me back. Just want to say also good evening to Goldie Williams. She said that she's listening and she's enjoying the show tonight. Andy, I know that some persons may not have known that you're jovial.
Right.
But I know you so very well, and I know that you're very jovial. Let's take that caller quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Your life.
And or you could forget your good partner, and Palanchi.
No, we don't forget them. You could hear Tony talk about them and Billy talk about them. No, man. I talk even about Dread when we go in the hills with Yee. Mugu, get your...
Doctor was the first Dread in Dominica, eh?
Which one? Truth.
Vernon Doctor.
Yeah, Vernon.
Vernon, yeah.
First man put Locks in Dominica.
Yeah, well, we just did that there with his Billy brother, you know.
Yeah, it's me. I know.
Yeah, but you are a historian, you know, Muku.
Diana was his mother.
Yeah.
Diana in Upper Lane.
Yeah, Upper Lane.
Diana, this is Diana. We used to call her Diana warm as the boy
a
growing up.
beautiful woman, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard, man. When
And
she
mom
was
used to have
elegant.
proverbs.
Oh
man.
my goodness.
She had proverbs like crazy.
Oh, she was the star of the tongue.
Yeah, I heard when she had her...
When you see a Diana
when
warm
she-
comes
with that heavy butt of hers, man. Oh man.
And
She's
her
6 foot,
national
you know.
dress, man.
I see Diana. I lived on Fields Lane, and she was living just around the corner,
Right,
Upper Lane there, right
oh,
there
she was
by,
the
by Hiram.
all the big boys wanted
Yes,
to be
all,
with Diana.
all the big
man.
boys.
Oh.
All the big boys.
Yeah.
No.
That's a one little thing
Yes.
because I don't call the person name, which is Sheila Doctrove, but she ended up marrying to Irving Shillingford's brother, which is Alwyn. Alwyn died too. Sam we used to call him. But when Dominica played, the cup used to come at our home because Irving, Grayson, all that used to come at Canal Lane and they used to bring the cup. So I used to drink from that golden cup, man.
You're privileged.
You're
man.
also a very early boy at a very early age. You're very much privileged.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Rosalind Severin McLean is also watching. Just want to say good evening to you, Rosalind. Always tuned to DBS Radio and the Discovery Lakou program.
But by the way, let me ask you a question. You know how to make the ginger beer, no, Andy?
But of course. And
That's not a question.
Yeah, man. I used to carry my ginger beer and I know the bottles of the guy. I glad Tony mentioned
in those days,
I almost slipped that because
in those days it was the Gordon's gin bottles, right?
we used to use all kind of bottles. Whiskey bottle. Once it's a whiskey, it's a
Yes, go for
whiskey.
it.
Yeah.
Also want to say good evening to Derek Rapp Peters.
Oh, well, that man should call because that man was in the Lakou herself by in 14 River Street where we raised up together with Layo and his mother, Ma Madeleine, and we raised. I told him he must call, he should call.
Just listening to the songs of Ra, the songs that are written, you know, you can know.
Ra mother used to make the meat pies, but my adopted mother used to make the party cuckoo and sister, some funny names, exquisite kind of cakes and ginger beer. And that was there. But Ra mother used to make the meat pie and do talk about ice cream. We used to spin that ice cream in the tub. And when you finish, you put the crockers bag around that, boy, and you put some salt on there.
Well,
Ra
said, we are here. I don't know who's the we. Winnie Green said, good night, Cecil, Brain, and Andy. And also, Lisha George is watching. Derek Rapp Peter says that was 14 River Street.
Yes, sir.
Glenn Peter says that he's watching. And also Darius Linquent, he said that he's enjoying.
Oh, Darius.
Constitutional matters.
Mr.
We don't have any tonight.
No matter. Not tonight, not tomorrow, not a shite.
Not one bit, Darius. We're not talking anything out of the Constitution. Everything in the Lakou is in the Lakou. There's nothing constitutional in the Lakou tonight. You know? No, Darius. Andy. We spoke about your school life. The last call, let's take that last caller. Good evening, caller.
Hi, Cecil.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening,
That's Tony Mead.
Mr.
That's you can try to
You,
disguise
you
your
can
voice.
try to disguise you know you.
Is that Tony Mahu?
No.
Tony, no, not Tony Maho. We say Tony Maho. Do you know that Tony played? Do you know that Tony played cricket?
He played cricket?
Yes, in by the new
What
market,
you
right,
talking
Tony?
about?
Tony?
Tony gone?
No, Tony's
No,
there.
I'm there.
Yeah,
I'm
talk
there.
Tony.
Tony, did you not play cricket
Did you play cricket?
and
I
football?
played cricket. I played football.
Thank you.
Oh Lord.
Plenty. And
I-
he was a good footballer.
I beat when we had the young Pebbles and the Black Invaders also with us. With Larry Baltazar, all these people there.
All right.
Tony played his cricket and his football.
My
I know that for
goodness
sure.
me. Oh.
Yeah, I played cricket, I played football.
In the old market, in the new market.
By the new market.
It's correct.
By the new market. And then Andy's mother, adopted mother, taught my mother how to make the coconut cake. We used to bake in the bakery by Marilyn. I can always remember that. Andy was in the yard. They were living there. Ma Madeleine, Ra, all of us. That was River Street, and in the corner of Albert Lawrence and the mother of the house there, going to Kings Lane.
Tony.
Vado and
Tony.
them used to live there. Vado
Ra
and them.
troublesome, you know. Ra just wrote Miss Pretty.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's who it was. It was Miss Pretty. Rado lie. It's not. That was our school days, and we were all here. No matter who you was, what you were, ever, we were all friends when we were in that area. Ivan, Lawrence, Sister Baba, Sandra,
Anelia.
all of us. Anelia Lawrence, right?
Yes,
all
Baba.
Of us,
Yeah.
Baba, yes. All of us were there. We were on the side. Is who selling candy, who's in mango. When it was mango time, it was everything. I know Andy from a very young age. Right now, I am 63. Andy should be older than me, or I should be older than him. One or the other.
You want me to disclose my age?
No, it's
And he's 65. And he's 65.
No.
and you don't have to discuss.
I know, man. That's okay. I'm not hiding age
We
now.
raised together.
I
and
know.
we will never see one another and don't ail one another.
But
So you see, that is the Lakou. And that is the real Lakou. Remember, I was a baby. They saved me at the house when the fire came.
Me and you, Tony. You and I.
You and I, right. You and you, Cecil, right. So it started with the Winston. It was Mavayo, Miss Ten,
that's correct.
and then Ai. Ai was the one who had the shop below.
Yes, that is Lakou. Lakou, Francis Andre.
What was her son? Her son name was Coco.
Lakou, Francis Andre.
Lalikaka.
Lale Coco. And then you had Mr. Johnson mother on the other side, KC. From Golden Fried Chicken. His mother
Oh,
was
yes.
on the other side.
Jaws, what is his name?
Jays. No, what
Jaws,
was
Jaws,
his
Jaws,
name?
yeah, Jaws, yes.
Right. Then you had the Harrigan somewhere in one end. Then it was, it was overnight. When he Swaz, I believe it was the thing like that.
Oh, Pee Wee and Swaz, yeah, okay.
And Swaz.
Okay.
So, it's history. History in Roseau. As you all would say, Lakou, how you say it?
Lakou.
We call it Lakou.
Lakou, right. So this is Lakou, and these are the people Lakou, and it's glad, just like when Giro, you get Giro, was the first customer of this room. And Sandra, this is, Mr. of our door. It's history.
Indeed.
It's history. So I love it, and I heard everybody's commenting, and I am glad that at least I put a little piece of my board and my jack,
Thank you. Thank you.
Tony, I'm glad you said that because...
But before you go...
Let me say something, Tony. I calling you Tony now.
My brother, that's okay.
By the promenade, the Riverside Promenade now, remember there was a lot of flamboyant trees.
Yes.
And the big trucks used to be there,
Yes.
them 5 ton and
Yes.
3 ton.
No,
That
not
is
5 ton, 3 tons and
3
1
ton
ton.
more and 1 ton.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that going vehicles, but
Yeah,
it's called,
that's
I
small.
think I saw Cecil on one.
Sell him out, man.
But then we used to have swing on them thing. We used to sell there, you know. I glad Vado make me remember that area used to have them flamboyant trees, and we used to set up our roof.
Someone's on the
and
telephone, you
swing
know,
it.
Andy.
Yes, let's go.
That's what I want to get. Good
Okay.
evening to you, caller, quickly.
Hi, how are you, Mr. Carter?
I'm here. Fine, thanks.
Yes, we haven't spoken for a while. It's nice to hear you on the radio tonight.
Thank you.
Wonderful memories. It's Glenda.
Glenda Patrick, man.
Boy,
That's my good friend.
Hold on, Patrick Child, the detailer child.
Yes.
Glenda.
indeed. Yes.
That's Glenda
Our
Patrick.
tennis player.
Hold on. Glenda Patrick Child, that Mr. Patrick used to do the sewing.
Stedman.
Stedman.
Yes.
Patrick Stedman daughter.
Yes.
Glenda.
Yes.
So you couldn't say hi to me too then,
Yes,
Glenda.
sir.
Huh? She used to live, they used to be
Hi,
living in
Cecil,
Upper
how
Lane.
are you?
They used to be living in Upper Lane, right?
Yes.
Right.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. Remember that
Upper
very well.
Lane.
Yes.
Yes.
They still have
But I
the
have a
store
good
there.
one for you. What?
I say
Pardon
we
me?
still have the store there. With Steadies.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
it's still
sister.
in, yes,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
still in
on
Kings
Kings
Lane, yeah.
Lane.
Kingston,
Kings
yeah.
Lane it
Kings
is, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You say you have one for us?
And the, pardon me?
You said you have one for
Yes,
us?
I have one for you with Miss with Diana Warm, because
Yes.
we used to live right there in Upper Lane.
Ah.
You remember, Cecil?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And your father had one upstairs. Your father had one upstairs.
Yes, I know that
God.
well. Yes, my sister. Yes.
Your sister. What's her name from
Yes.
Casablanca?
Yeah, from yes,
Cassie Bruce.
Daphne. Yes,
Daphne
She's in
mother.
St. Martin.
Helen. My Helen.
Mhm. Yes.
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 Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Diana Warm, we were coming from school one afternoon, and there was a funeral going, and Diana, she under her waters, and she coming down the road, boy, and Diana stopped the funeral. Yes, people, everybody going. It's a moon wish. See you more. It's a moon pause. R.I.P. is rest in peace. But for moon wish, say rise if possible.
I like that. Rise if
Rise
possible.
if possible. On the floor.
I like this one.
Nice one.
R.I.P.
Rise if possible.
Rise if possible.
Rise if possible.
Well, that
All
woman
the money you
she
have.
was smart,
No, she was. I tell you, this lady was a.
Diana was no easy woman. Yeah.
I mean, she was like Shakespeare. Yeah. So you don't remember Diana well, right?
Pardon me?
You remember Diana very well.
Yes, I do, because because her she had a daughter. Her son blows. One of her sons blows. Blows that her and his children have one of his son. He's one of his son Bellot over there in Buffett State have this store in shopping Buffett State. Sonny, yes, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I seen Diana.
And because yes, and in the little lane, they remember Dots that used to play netball.
Yes.
Dotito,
yeah.
They were all relatives. They always used to be gathered there because Dots and Roslyn and all the sisters here was there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right
By the CUM church.
Mm-hmm. The Sir Brooks Church,
Sir
yes.
Brooks. Oh, I said CUM.
Sir Brooks.
Sir Brooks. I can't say CUM. Nobody would know that. Sir Brooks Church.
Sir Brooks, yeah.
No, they call it CUM today.
Right.
So Blues was living in that little hole.
In that little
where
hole.
the old credit union was before.
That's right.
And you had to Gary, my son's grandfather, actually grandmother
Inside the
living
hole,
inside
yeah.
that hole, And by Mano, follow.
You follow,
Yeah,
yes.
you follow.
How's
And
his name?
Glenn was living on Upper Lane.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Upper Lane, yeah.
Yes, I remember these people. Yeah. It's good that we can remember each other, though.
Right.
So thanks, man, Glenda.
Anytime. Congratulations, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
We'll
How is
see
the
you
tennis?
soon.
How is the
Yeah.
tennis? What you doing?
Oh, well, the season is just ended. We didn't quite make nationals this time, but that was an experience too. Yeah, but I played in the league. The league just finished, so but I'm not playing in the summer league.
Hey, you're not giving up at all, Glenda.
I was about to say that, boy.
Why not?
Glenda, boy.
You play tennis for a lifetime, and it's a lifestyle.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Yeah.
Thanks, man, Glenda.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah. Glenda, I know Glenda from I mean, we're all boys and girls growing up in that Fields Lane, Upper Lane, Lakou. But no, I don't think Glenda was a Lakou, no? Glenda, I don't think Glenda and them they were Lakous because Glenda, Mr. Patrick at the time, Stedman, he was up there. For us, he was the number one tailor in
Roseau, man.
Yeah.
Making the jackets, man.
Yeah. So, dear Thomas said that she's watching from Guadeloupe. Kerwin Baffrit.
Kerwin, yes, I know.
I think he's in Barbados, right?
Yeah. He's a fella from Barbados, but I'm not sure if he's in Barbados now. Okay. But Glenda, I must add, has been a main contributor in helping tennis with me. She has helped me greatly, tremendously.
Tasha Timothy says that she's also watching. Ra gave us a set of names that he said that you should remember. No. People like Nono, he mentioned.
Nono passed, he died.
Major. He talk about Christo too. He talk about Major Johnson.
I was thinking, when you say about Jaws, with Golden Fry, it's Johnson.
Yeah. Shepherd is watching. Shepherd Pond is your good body. You remember Shepherd? Andy? You must know Shepherd, man. Shepherd was a girl's boy.
Okay.
He's from Kingfield.
Okay.
He said, nicest, my brother. Shepherd is listening.
Okay.
And he said he'll be in Dominica tomorrow. That is Kerwin Baffrit. So that means he must be in Barbados as we speak.
Okay.
And right tell us don't forget about Pee Wee's shots. Let's take that last caller. Good evening to you, caller. Before we go back to Kel. Oh, sorry about that. Now let's talk about Greenhalghs. Andy.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Greenhalghs.
Well, Greenhalgh is one of the feared teams in sports, you know. We talk a lot. Even though you were giving us blues, we would still be talking. I'll just give you a thing of we were playing Dallas. We were playing Dallas by Goodwill School. And Dallas were on 400 and something for 3. Oliver Hodge was on 200 and something. This is Moving Dura had already scored 100. And Bongso came to bat. And Bongso was on 50 something, and Bongso hit the ball towards the sea. So we decided we're taking a break. So the other day, Bongso and myself was talking, and he told the fella to go and get his floppy hat for him at his home. Fella said, what? Go and get floppy hat? We go and take a break. And you know, we asked them to declare, saying that we had batsmen that could score. And they refused to declare. And we said we were the first team to declare a bat inside close, you know. We done, Greenhalgh done. We're not playing anymore. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, beef burning, food already at home, and we can't go and eat our food. We're done with that and we go at our home. But Greenhalgh was something else. I hear Billy talk about we had people that represent us. We are the first club to really hire people. I think Chelsea and Liverpool all that followed us. Because we had people like Manu Laisha playing for us. Manu Laisha. We had moved Joe.
What did he goal keep?
Manu was a striker.
Or striker.
Manu was a striker.
Okay.
We had TK played for us. We had Imani. Imani was an opening bats for us. Sty played for us. So we had a lot of people from outside. We used to hire. We were contracted players, man. We used to boost up that. And that time we used to play all about. We used to play Merry Go Wrong. We used to play the boys, the Cow and them by Astor Park, by Pentecostal there. We would play Merry Go Wrong. We would play Boulevard with Vincent Boyer and Truman and Errol, all these fellas. We would tour. We were a touring side. So we played all about Greenhalgh. Greenhalgh Lions, that was our name. And we had our big sign, Greenhalgh Lions loves you.
So what about while there was Greenhouse, there was also this team in Solomon Lane that was called Dallas.
Dallas.
How much games that you all played against Dallas? Because I think Dallas was a more constructive team than Greenhouse.
They thought so, but we played them. We already were beating them. And if I score 60 runs, it's not 12 fours. And we had them on the rope. Stalin made 50 and I made 60 something. We were poking footers and all. And they started pelting behind us, That is one of the things I remember of them. Because we had them on the ropes. All people like Chuchi. When we talk about Chuchi. All the Williams brothers were playing. And then we had them on the ropes. Foot toss. And we say no. And Cecil, I can tell you, them times there. When cricket playing and it's when you see it going down 2-3 o'clock in that hot sun and your red beans at your home and your beef and your chicken and you cannot go home and eat that, all your body hates it, and so they used to. I was a fella was a fancy and I took that right down through my cricketing experience. I was never a man to hit 2 fours and 3 fours and contented. If I score 14 runs, it might be 14 singles and I bat for almost an hour.
In those days it was choking.
But yes.
It was test games.
Yes. And you have to make man take their son.
Yes.
You have to take your son.
Mm-hmm. So man voting behind you.
Man start to vote.
Yes.
But we start to score in games, man. Yeah. And every wicket day out, we put in 3-4 runs.
and if I know you well, that when you touch a ball and you out, you say you're not out.
Oh well, it had times like that, but I can remember full toss, 2 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon, full toss, and we say no. Well, let's get in vexed, boy. Them Williams boy start to send the thing, but. I played for Brain, Brain had a side called the Mercenaries, the Mercenaries.
The Brain that inside here?
Huh?
The Brain that inside here?
Yes, he had a special ball, He hasn't told you about the Chenlo?
No. Oh, yes, he said that some time ago.
The Chenlo is a creeper, A creeper,
So before the Chinaman, you had the Chenlo?
Chenlo, a creeper, that pitch in and just shoot.
Yeah, he played for me.
But he respected my ability as a leggy. One thing.
One thing I know, I didn't do like one captain who never let you bowl, although the side was 300 and going.
Yeah, I prefer that one. I'll leave that one.
I just want to say good evening to Angelo Allen. He said that he's watching. So you're telling me that.
Who's Angelo Allen?
Angelo Allen.
Your
the
boy.
Same Angelo Allen.
The late night man.
Wait a while now. Take it easy. You mean
from police to locksman.
No one is.
No one is hearing you. No one is hearing you tonight. I mute your mic. No one is hearing you, Angelo, and I've just mute
you. Who said that? Angelo said that he's watching. Angelo said, I am watching.
Yeah.
So you can say what you want, and I'm sure you made a comment just now.
I know.
No, Andy. So you choke it as the afternoon going. Now. Guys voting at you. You're not trying to get a 4 runs? You're not declaring?
But we won the game. We were going at a small target of 100 and something. And when the fellas started pelt, I told you we scoring gains,
So
and take our victory.
So where was your oval? In Pottersville Savannah?
No, that game was played at Lindo Park.
At Lindo Park.
Yeah, people like our leagues were big, When you go in a league, you had people like Joe Kentish playing for Murphy's Lane. You have people like Abu and Roho. These fellas used to play good cricket,
You played against Stokers?
But of course, Stokers, yes. Roho, Abu, all that used to play in Windsor Park,
Yes.
7-8 games in the Windsor Park,
Yes.
These were the days, thing. Not now, where you can get 5 fellas playing cricket.
I'm telling you. I mean, wind ball was it,
Yeah.
All kind of ball, except ball.
and it was strange, Andy, as you're saying that we had every lane
had a team.
Yeah.
Whether it's in Goodwill, whether it's in Roseau, I don't think Newton ever played cricket the way that we did. Newton was more football.
They had their boast because they had people like Cuthbert Williams who had fellas bowling for him, you know. If I remember a guy telling me he bowled the first, Clarky tell me that was the first bowl googly, and Cuthbert Williams used to pay them to bowl to him at Newton.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I know.
But they were not coming in our league. Our league was McIntyre, Jolly Lane, Benjamin Lane. They would call themselves the MJB Stars.
Yes.
Then you would have Upper Goodwill, they would have Murphy's Lane, Dallas.
Bowers Lane.
Yeah, you know.
You had then one afterwards, Gota became part of it. So you in Roseau. In Roseau, you had the Hillsborough Street that took us. You had one in Fields Lane and Cock Street.
Right.
You had one in Virgin Lane.
But before then, Fred Solomon and them had their team, you know, too, you know.
Oh, yes, in Gota.
Gota
Krongs, as a matter of course. Gota Krongs.
Yeah, that time we had plenty cricket grounds, you know.
Yes.
Remember they had a police ground in Kinfield.
Yes.
And another one nearby.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Any cube we got, we played cricket.
Yeah.
Any opportunity.
Yeah, any cube we would have gotten. So you had a lot of both football and cricket, Andy.
Yeah, man.
So if with Greenhalghs, you all played with your Wembley?
We played with all kind of balls. You had the orange Wembley.
Yes.
You know, that was the sweetest ball to kick.
Yes, the orange Wembley.
That taking the banana, that swaying in your tail there, boy. We played with kiss ball. Early used to lad them balls. Lad. You remember kiss ball?
Yeah, the kiss ball.
Lad, and you have
a list to list it up. Because there's a kiss inside of it.
Yes.
And most of us didn't want to kick it where the
when
list
that
is.
coming at you with pace, you don't want that to hit that, you know.
No.
That cut in your head, you know.
So tell us something about Greenhalghs itself.
Greenhalghs.
The powers of Greenhalghs.
Greenhalghs,
sorry.
Yeah.
Well, young boys, we raise up playing by Malaron, come up through the ranks, and then as you grow in older, because I was always a fella that always have my toys there. So I always have ball, I always have gun, I always have everything.
Talk about gun, not the real gun.
The cowboy in my Winchester,
right.
They used to buy nice thing for me, you know. But I tell you about me, when I ready to go, I want to take my ball and go at my home, and there's trouble. Fellas making noise. Fellas want to beat me, you know, boy. You can't go with your ball, and fellas grabbing that, and I crying. Give me my ball, give me my ball. Boy, those are the days.
So and this spoil a lot of games then.
But when I want my ball to go, they call me. Fellas say, I'll bring it for you. I'll say, no, I want to go with my ball.
What about bats?
And fellas like Roy Mason and the man boy, you mad boy.
The bad fellas, you know, Roy Mason.
Yeah, at that time Roy was an easy fella, you know, at that time.
Roy was soft then.
At that time, not the Roy you got to know eventually.
Yeah.
In Black Power time, he gravitated towards the Black Power movement, and then he became a little more solid.
I wanted to ask you a question. What about that fella, Father? Was it Franklin Moody?
Oh, Beelzebub.
How was
Beelzebub? Actually, he put the steps together, you know, by the apartments.
Beelzebub?
Yeah, man. Franklin Moses' father. Yeah, we used to call him Beelzebub. Yeah, he cut the steps and put them, you know, with layers and so, to be eventually concreted. And when Beelzebub passed, fellas was trouble in Beelzebub in Four Corners, and Beelzebub come back with 2 dynamite, you know.
he came back.
I like that.
And say, what to you? Fellas, vamos, man.
No, Andy, Roy Seja said, I am locked in. Good interaction, Andy, is nothing soft.
Right. So Beelzebub came back with 2 dynamite.
2 sticks of dynamite under his black coat. Like, Liv and Cliff and them kind of.
Yeah, any matches with him by any chance?
Boy.
Those were the days.
Bernard Gabriel says watching. Let's take a call quickly. Good evening to you, caller. I'm sorry about that.
And then that characters there, fellas used to trouble characters.
Yeah.
That's some funny face typewriter. You had Harold Macaxi there. You had a whole ton of them.
No, Andy, in Goodwill, I mean, Harold Macaxida would be in Roseau Central.
You make it sign by the thing.
Since he came from England, he became a madman. You had Ugly in Roseau. You had Simbot in Roseau. Who are the people that Goodwill had?
Goodwill?
Yeah.
Well, you had Victoire. You remember Victoire? You remember Victoire?
No, yeah, the woman.
Yeah.
I can remember Victoire for sure.
Victoire used to go on through Victoire Kaka, they would say. I don't like to use them terms, but that is the reality.
Victoire,
she used to go on through your waist for you,
Yes.
Yeah. But I remember you had Prince. We had his cut nose. So when they tell Prince, who was the greatest dancer? Prince would answer, Balthazar was the greatest dancer. That's Balthazar shipping, you know.
Oh, you mean you're talking about old man Balthazar?
Yeah.
Okay, Balti.
Prince recognized him as the greatest dancer. Because you would ask Prince, who was the greatest dancer? And Prince would respond, Balthazar was the greatest dancer. That's time of coronation hall and them things.
Edwina London said, Andy, I know you very well. You have me flat down laughing anyway. Julieta Richards said, Keith and Julieta is watching from Cochrane.
Oh, Cochrane, yes.
These are your people?
Yeah, man. That's kind of Greensland people.
Yes,
Greensland for Richards. Yeah.
Good evening to you, caller.
We call her.
Good evening.
Yeah, good night, guys. What's up?
Hey!
Who that is?
Chicago.
Somebody tell me Chicago must call her, boy.
That's crook.
Yes, Chicago.
Andy.
Yeah, talk to your boy.
Let me tell you, man. Green Holidays, come on. You live out, man, like Ulrich Dow, NATO, the original.
No, I talk about NATO, but I'm glad you mentioned Ulrich. Ulrich was by
Ulrich,
Kelly.
Yeah.
Was by
Kelly,
my Edna.
Yeah. My Edna there. Man, we had some days, man. I used to bring Green man in the early days.
Yeah, man.
After all.
Yeah, man. I'm glad you mentioned Ulrich. Yeah.
Yeah, NATO do a lot, you know. NATO and his brothers, you know.
Yeah. Top ranking. Yeah, man.
Yeah, those days were fun days, man. Real fun days.
Of course.
So, Andy, I like the way you keep it up, you know, and you have a strong memory. Yeah? I love that. Yeah.
I haven't got no script, you know,
real thing.
We never talk about carnival and tennis yet, you know.
We're going to talk about that.
We'll come to that.
Yeah.
But trust me, I like the vibe.
Yeah, man, thanks. And my appearances, Brent reminded me of my appearances on stage with the Calypsonians.
Leslie said Keith, Leslie said Andy, those nights on the hustle with Kamenti.
Yeah. Okay.
You remember those nights with Kamenti?
We used to trouble Kamenti Mili Kaka.
Yes.
Yeah. That's where the Mili Kaka comes.
Oh yes, Kamenti used to go out and
fish. With his net.
Yes, he used to go out and fish his reel.
And he was cute, you know. He used to make some nice yachts, you know, in bamboo.
Oh yes.
Very good.
Yeah.
But his
famous
and
his Jumbie eyes seeds.
Jumbie beads.
Yes.
Yeah. But he used to have his net. He was the biggest catcher of the melee.
Yes. Henry Pascal said, I'm watching from Thomasville,
that's
Georgia.
our boy.
Georgia.
I have not missed any Lakou program. Hi, Andy. I remember you at DGS.
Of course. Henry Pascal, Voice of the Islands or
Voice
of Life?
Yeah.
Voice of Life.
Oh, he's still around, man, Pascal.
No, he's in St. Thomas.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just said he's from
he's in Georgia.
Atlanta.
Pascal.
Georgia. Yes.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Yeah.
That's the boy.
No, Andy. We must talk about Carnival. The king of the band. All right?
Yes, well, after my adopted mother died in 1993, by the way, she was a reveler. She was a carnival lover. I started playing my mass. I used to be in Marine Club early times. That's where they used to put me, deposit me there, and we would steal a foolish ass to go and take a liquor piece, go up and down. But that was what that brought me into the real drama. I did some work with Alwyn Bully in theater and dance. And when my adopted mother died in 1993, I went to live in High Street. So in 1994, I went to live in High Street. And that began my tennis career. But we will maybe come back to tennis for a little. We'll go into the carnival aspect. So in 1996, when they had that thing, Al-Masari. So Juve morning, I put a bath towel around my head and I put a flower in it and I went down by Juve, and I went down by Randy Shillingford. And then Randy said something to the words about, you're looking like them Arab fellas and blah, blah, blah. So on that night, I just decided, well, I'm going home and I'm going to do something. I'm going to do Masari in tongue, man. That was my first thing. So I went home. I had a kind of African kind of shirt and a feeler. And I put it on a little piece of paper, a Masari in tongue. When I was going out, Ron Lander told me, no man, Carter, do that a little better. So I went back and I get a calendar with a Muchich kind of calendar where you have it flapping. So I put one in front, one behind. Masari in tongue. Put my flower, put my thing. Next thing, whoops. Everybody laughing, everybody enjoying. 96, that is. Everybody like it. They decide they give me a prize. And that just stimulate me. Next year, I come 97. I did miner from Brook Company. That mining thing and copper and all thing. So I had a wooden pickaxe. I had some pennies. I had a lantern. Miner from Brook Company. And I always used to do more than one play. I would do a play on Monday and I would do a play on Tuesday. It wasn't like now people just have to do one play and they win. But I didn't bother about the winning. I would just do the plays. And because I had a lot of fans, I had a lot of people, homebound people, and they couldn't go out to see. And then they would tell me, boy, they see that on TV and they so like that and blah, blah, blah. So, excuse me, 1997, miner from Brook Company, and I did Agassi. Agassi was the most spontaneous thing I had ever done. I just take a wire, put some balls around my waist, and do a thing. But that year I didn't win. Rupert Lloyd from Newtown, a veteran in the business, he had his shoe. And he had Agassi watching the show. So I say, well, there's no way I can win if Agassi have to be watching a man performing. So that gone. Then comes 1998 now. I don't win in 97. 98 now, Hunter first introduced me to the stage. And he came with Carib Bacchanal. And then I decided, well, I don't know, the thing just come, I have a creative mind. Oh, do the last Arawak. I want to come with Carib Bacchanal and this is the last Arawak. And I did that one. That one was, that was top of the line. I had as my flag a Boaden branch. I had a straw thing with farine and thing. And I had my long hair. I had my bandu and my thing. That was just top of the line. 98. I remember that time with Hunter. I left home from High Street dressed, coming to act in Tekwing, dressed for my act, waiting at halftime to hear when I come in, When I burst at the back, Ghost and them man enough. Boy, they couldn't believe a man come well prepared with his attaché case. Bath and them ball, first time. My first appearance, on stage. And that was it. Anyway, now it's 98. And then from there, I just kept on doing things. I did Padams, I did Elite Umpire, I did Magnificent Ramses, I did Together as One. And as I said, I was doing one. Today, you do one and you win. I was just doing Monday one, Tuesday one. At that time, Albert P. with Theodore had plenty things. So at the time I did Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. And I must have done 4 acts, in that time. Because he had a band and the band failed to come on the road.
Why Padam?
Padams? Well,
Why Padams?
Jimmy Adams was there using his pads more than his bats. But that one was a special too, you know. I put a diaper and boy, that one it was something else. That one was something else. And I used the pads of the women wings, and I sprayed them. I used to do something. I did one, the confused editor, with Curtis Matthew. That was the concept, Curtis Matthew. Confused editor.
You actually got.
I bought a big head. Albert Tudor made it for me, a papier mâché with a big head. And that time Curtis was, should I run, should I not run? So I put little posters in the head.
Oh, you're talking about
run Grand Forks.
When they wanted him to run Grand
No, they didn't call him yet. He wanted.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
I thought when you said confused editor, meaning that he was confusing his
No, man.
He wanted to run
for the Labour Party.
Yes, for the Labour Party.
All the little sticks and little things.
Yeah.
You're saying, should I run?
Should I not run?
Let me see this case on the line. Good evening to you, caller. Sorry about that. That caller is gone.
Yeah, I remember that.
As a matter of fact, Daryl is telling me that same year, Kurt Matthew was dressed in a nightie.
Yes, I remember. Yes, I remember.
And
he used to have a lot of fun on Carnival.
Yes,
it's limited time he
had.
But
can you imagine? You had that piece. You have any pictures of Curtis? Or you have any pictures of yourself?
Confused.
That made the son, you know.
No, do you have any pictures?
I lost my pictures.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking you to try to get them for me, please. Everybody's hearing my voice.
Yeah.
Please try to get it for me so that we can put it on the social media.
Okay.
So people can know about the confused editor.
But the son had a thing. Andy Carter makes it 7. Imagine I just won 7 times when they put on that one. That one was, man, I spent some time sewing. I don't think I would sew a shirt or pants of mine. And I stood there a whole Sunday refreading a needle to put beads on a waistcoat. Beads, that's something else.
Boy, I wonder if Curtis will even think of running again.
I think he will. Good evening to you, caller.
One of the beautiful things about this exercise is that it involves memory. After I heard Glenda talking about the Upper Lane Lakou segment, she had drawn on so many names and so many people. Now, let's say she spoke 8 names, and 5 of them were listening. But the 5 of them live in different parts of the world. Just imagine how beautiful that memory is across continents and across nation states. One of the beautiful things about remembering is that as soon as Andy mentions a name and Ra remembers, it brings up an image. Every time you remember, it brings up an image. And if the image is positive, it has a way of creating a dopamine effect. Cecil, like when people do exercise, they feel nice?
Yes.
Well, when people remember, they imagine. And when the image is positive, it makes them feel good. It's a very interesting thing that you are doing, remembering. And Andy, I love it. I have a memory one for you before I leave. Tell me a little about the individualized costume titled Eye on the Icons.
Oh, boy.
Hey, we'll talk again. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Yes.
Give Stein his answer.
Yes, well, let me say something. I'm glad that Stein came up because there was Hyacinth Elwin and another Elwin, Da Elwin. And that's where Stein lived in Lower Grinslin together with Duncan Stowe and Fifi. So I glad you remembered because these were my people. And the ambassador, he was a high commissioner up in England. What was his first name? I cannot recall now. But
are you talking about Elwin?
Mr. Elwin.
Yes, Mr. Elwin, but I give you the name. But that is where these boys were brought up. And that brings back because they were special to me. They took care of me. Da Elwin and Hyacinth. They loved me more than Kusho loved Labu. But the Eye on the Icons, I am glad you bring up that one because that is one where I did not win. And may the soul of my friend rest in peace. Not Ralph, what is his name? Reggie Gomez Burke. He was just laid to rest on Saturday. And he won. And I always used to wonder, and we used to joke about it because I never take things too seriously. But Eye on the Icons, and I'll just sum it up, that Sharon had a hot dog in her mouth, won that year over Eye on the Icons. And I took objection to that because that was my best historical perspective. I had Eo Libla. I laminated all my photos. I have one of that. I have a picture of that. Eo Libla, Alwyn Bully, King Pateron. The other name, calling him Master King or whatever. I had Irving Shillingford, Grayson Shillingford, Norbert Phillip. I had Gramax. I had Midnight Groovers. I had Ophelia. All that photos I got and laminated that. And I came with the greatest Eye on the Icons. And lo and behold, a man with a scooter, Sharon have a hot dog in her mouth win me. That one hurt my feelings.
That was Reggie. The year before that,
Yes,
I think the year before that, Reggie came out with Peter's butter all on his body.
Oh well, that year.
Yeah, I remember that year.
That was my buddy.
Yeah,
that's my buddy.
But that year, Reggie Burke on the scooter with ketchup all on his body with the hot dog. Beat you that year?
Mm-hmm. Where's that? I'm telling you.
You serious now?
Yes, with Eye on the Icons, where I put I tell you the best historical perspective I did in my whole thing. And man, I took a sabbatical after that, because
you couldn't take it.
I lost in 97 and I lost in 2007. And then when I bounced back with a bang. And then Za Emmanuel, he gave me a scholarship. I called it a scholarship because he took me to do the King of the Band for Thunderbirds. And I won with him in 2012, Thunderbirds, King of the Band. So 15 times best individual, one King of the Band.
Let's take a call. I just want to say also too that Gordon Henderson is watching. Good evening to you, Gordon. I know that you love the program Discoveries. And Stein, I love the contribution that you just made a while ago. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
His name is Adam Shillingford.
Adam Shillingford.
Yeah, that's right.
Adam
Shillingford.
Not that one. Not that one.
Adam actually was living in Emzol.
Not Arden. I know Arden was there, but there's an Elwin. If Stein maybe can call back.
I too trying to get the name, Let's go back to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Well, you have to give me a little break because I joined for the longest while. I'm low on my thing there.
Yeah, go ahead. Low down your volume of your radio. See? I'll wait for you, caller. Andy boy.
That's Ra.
That's Ra.
Yeah.
Ra.
Raddy caller, I want it for Andy. Yeah. Big up Andy on the program. One thing I could say for sure, but from the time I born in Andy, we raised up in the same yard. Andy is my brother, my bigger brother. And we raised up in the same yard, so the history is a lot. From the bakery to Kowi Lamb, to Sikwi, to go in movies. Movies was the favorite. I think Andy was the king of movies. And I copy after Andy, going and see all kind of a movie there because his adopted mother, Linda, we used to call her. Yeah. She used to call me Maui. Well, they used to go movies. I used to be watching Andy boy. I seen Andy going movies. They are little youth, A little youth. I is a smaller youth, but I seen Andy as a little youth going movie. Chicken boy. Where night, we're talking about daytime movie, night time, and Andy out there. So Andy always had that kind of a privilege and stuff like that. And the bakery, as you say, I think he talked about it before, and that we was making all type of cake. All type. Franz wasn't even existing. Franz, as a matter of fact, used to come in our bakery in River Street to bake. You check me? Bring their little piglet and thing that to bake and suckling pig, Christmas time and stuff like that. So Franz was out of the story. So all the thing, the tarts and the thing and all the kind of a thing, Franz was making the kind of a different cake there where they copied from us. I'll be bold and say that, and they can attest to that. You know what I mean? So I remember back in the day, we used to be doing a chewing and so, Used to stay from River Mouth sometime from well on the power and come down on tube. But now I think our greatest adventure was when we start from around by where now called Maboyd, and we take our tube and we decide we just calling it row. Start from there and go down Rockaway on tube. So we should take some chances there, So that's just part of it, of the whole vibe. So I just want to big up Andy on the vibes, And, hey, that's really great moments. And Green Isle is another story. Andy used to be saving me. When Lakou, my brother, telling me, well, go down, Andy was there saving me. Oh, let him come. But after a while, I had to cast it because going up Green Isle was like coming like a nightmare. Every time, like, you have to be sending me back and stuff like that. So I banned them, man, and I decide, okay, I'm going to hire up Goodwill in Franklin's Den by my grandmother and start to hang out because Goodwill, I want to go cut me. The check. So, all in all, it's just more stories and more stories. I know Andy jumping in the costume. I remember back in the day, every Tuesday carnival, every little gang coming out and stuff like that. Marriage used to be making our shit for us. Our little flower shit. Well, that's popular now. After a while, we stop wearing that because we checking now. We don't wear that again. But now it come back popular again. And marriage used to be making our shit for us for Carnival Tuesday for us to play our mass. As you know, Carnival Tuesday was things like Chandels and Fantastics and all that, which was the real Carnival vibe, which they take away, and give us a kind of a costume on Tuesday, which that's not our Carnival. We don't that. We want our original Carnival. Monday is costume. Tuesday, costume start to fall in Canal, and Tuesday afternoon, is the real thing. We're all gangs coming out. When we say gang, not bad gang, but, the different gangs we used to call them, like gangs like Chandels, the Archies, and all the rest of them used to be coming out. So that is what we want back. We want back our kind of a thing. So basically, it's a lot of stories, but I think Andy going good. So I'll listen to the rest of the program.
Let me tell you, Ra.
I just cut him off. You can go ahead. Sorry about that.
Ra, I was saying, if you remember our beach, you remember where the ferry terminal is now, they had a beach there,
yes.
behind the baggage.
By the market there. Yes. At the back of the customs.
That's right. Yeah. There was our beach.
We had a long, what you call that, jetty.
Yes.
That we used to run and dive.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of cacao with it.
You dived there, sis?
What? Goldie Williams said, hi, Everton. Is it Everton Elwin? Another person said Ashworth Elwin.
Yes.
That's the name.
High Commissioner, the brother of Elwin, of Hyacinth Elwin.
Yes,
right.
Yes, Ashworth is the name. That's correct.
High Commissioner.
Also to Robertine Irene is watching. Good evening to you, Robertine. Andy, you're really going good tonight. 109% are viewing at that time.
Let me ask you a question. I remember your great moments, Prince of Darkness. What happened?
Yes, well, this is Randy here and identified me. First I said it was Hunter who brought me on the stage. First man, Hunter. Derek St. Rose, Hunter. But then after, when Dice burst on the scene, Randy, he was the choreographer. He used to really do everything. And then he brought me in to do first the puppet master, man. And when I came out with the puppet master, I shaved my hair and clean. First time I had done that. And nobody knew I was coming like that. I covered it after I come out by the barber. I took a tam and I covered my head. And the only time I came out, when Duncan Stowe brought the lawyer gong for me and I put it on. And this is Michel Raffle gave me the like peepers of the glasses. When I put that, Duncan Stowe bawled like a cow. He said... They thought it was not even my good friend Ozzy Lewis who was doing broadcast could identify that it wasn't Tony Astafan. People felt it was Tony Astafan there live. How could he come there? The puppet master and Nati Lapide, the puppet and the puppet master. It was something to behold. And then the next year we came and nobody right now. People, unless I say it, nobody will know that I was the Prince of Darkness. When Dice came out as the Crusader, and the fellas never had anything planned, for me. All Randy do, he was brought a mask for me. I brought my suit because I was a professional kind of fellow. When I come into the park, I come with my suitcase with glasses, shades, tie, suits, everything. I come in from Cannon down to Razor Blade because I ready for all acts. When I think and when I dress, nobody don't know what they was doing. When Dice on stage, man, and I distance myself as the Prince of Darkness, man, and the smoke coming out on the stage, man, and I shadowing that, man. People ball, people Haley, as they would say. And people don't know it's me, you know. Yeah. And then when I left the stage, man, Jerry Charles came off stage one and he say, pay Andy Carter, pay Andy Carter, and he start to make noise, man, for me. And he walkers, Carter, he doesn't get paid. He doesn't get. I say, but no, you don't pay me for Puppet Master. They say, right, Monday, a check will be made to you. And Jerry, I say, it was the enforcer when sure. But I work with all Calypsonians. I work with Bob, I work with Sai, I work with This Man himself. I work with what the lady, she was a nursery, not Divana.
You're talking about
yeah, you almost
Mascot.
She's you are almost
Yakima.
Yakima.
Yeah.
I will give Yakima. Yakima used to call me Tom Cruise, Yeah, she said the amount of things act I can do. And Piquet always saying, boy, they should award you, they should award you, the Calypso Association should award you. Because I did several, too numerous.
Now, Shelyn Pond said she's listening, and Sharon Bellot said she's watching. And Daryl T just gave us the name Yakima. Yes,
Yakima.
Yes. Andy, you were a custom officer.
Yes.
We need to know about that.
Well, 1982, after I got my free subjects, they called for an interview. I went there with a thing. Mr. Andre, Lenny and them father, Irvin father was there. And they gave me a piece of paper. I'll tell you the truth. I was blank when they give me what I want to be a custom officer. Because all I check in, I want a job. And I cannot think of anything. But while there, an inspiration just come to me. And boy, I wrote some of the most marvelous thing. They couldn't deny me the job. I said, with the growing amount of trade, man. I started with that sentence, with that word. With the growing amount of trade, you will need people to collect the revenue and what have you. And I had my first paragraph like that. And the second one, I say, unemployment leads to stagnancy. I pounded heavy artillery on them, man. Yeah, and in a jiffy, and the job is yours.
And you had no choice.
Andrew had no choice.
Big Joe said that he's watching, Michael Big Joe.
Okay,
Joseph.
okay, right. And then, well, I stayed there, and I was being suppressed because they kept me in the long room passing entry. Michael Darrow was at that time the best entry checker, but I surpassed him. I became the best entry checker above all the fellas. There were fellas that were there, that was there smoky, but they were going other places. But I became and I used to tell the younger fellas, I need to put a barricade, man. I'm a consultant now. Because people...
Imagine Andy, Diana Lang said, boy, Andy, you have jokes. I want to go to bed, but I can't yet. Great vibes.
Yeah, man. People like L.G. Roberts used to come. He used to come and Clay is like a tenant stout and so I'll tell him pass at the back, and then they would just drop whatever remuneration in the draw. So I used to tell the fellas, no, I mean they need to enclose that place, man. You a guy. I used to have fun, man. Yeah, and then that is 82, and then 91 they sent me on a course. They were bypassing me endlessly, sending fellas that was junior to me 2 courses, and Alvin Thomas wrote a letter to them saying
Union or
huh? The union wrote a letter. I mean, I cram my letters, you know. It is unthinkable that a person who has done so much could be prevented of moving up to higher. And whoop, they send me on my course St. Lucia. When I go on course St. Lucia, I came out first in the whole OECS. Number one, the whole OECS. When I came back, lo and behold, they rather than give me my promotion, they transfer me. But on that mission there, that is where I met a lady in St. Lucia, and that is how I end up having my only child with a Lucian. She is partly Dominican. She carries the surname of Elwin. They're from Girodale, but actually they live in St. Lucia, and that is how I broke my egg.
Roddy Spongy said, I did learn passing entries from Andy in customs.
Yes. That is the controller of customs you're talking about.
Roddy, yes.
Yeah, man. As well as we had a good rapport. We had a good vibe. Smokey, Roddy, Eggy. Just name them. Pasco, all of them, yeah.
Listen, why they call you Lanky? They call you before they used to call you Lanky, right?
Lanky, well, because
somebody just said, Lanky boy, you're not easy.
Yeah. That is like human, maybe that's it.
That's correct.
Leslie. Yeah, Lanky.
Yeah.
You would call me Lanky, and Oliver Hodge in the domino field would call me Lanky Doc.
All right.
Yeah.
So hold on. So you broke your only egg.
Not off the mark. I went off the mark.
No, you can go off the mark. You can go off. You can go off the mark.
Yeah.
But the only egg you broke.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
Alanki, the only egg you got broken.
Yeah, but fortunately, my boy is 41 years now. He lives in Canada. I just knowing that, and he did better than me. He has 3 children, so I'm grandpa.
So Lanky,
yeah.
You never felt like you didn't have enough?
Well, I'll tell you something. Because of I being an adopted child, I was conservative in my actions because I didn't want to bring any burden on a ready person that helping me. You check? So I had that mentality. You understand me? I had the mentality that if somebody helping me, why bring 2 free children for them to take care of now? Maybe they would cut my whooper.
So let me ask you, Andy.
I agree
After
with you,
saying
but
all of this, I want to know if you're a girl's man.
Well, I had my moments.
That's not the question.
I would go and say no. I have had it all, you know, Cecil. Not you alone.
If Trust is listening, Trust must be laughing at that.
I agree with you.
Andy,
you had your moments.
Oh, I had my moments of glory.
I only had one.
One did well with one, but one doesn't say that you were inactive, you know.
I agree with you.
History will prove that you were very active.
Yeah.
History will absolve you.
And fellas like you used to duck. Used to say that one not found, that not mine, that I don't want to be categorized
as a ducker.
In that, as a ducker.
You're not ducking.
No.
And they had one, so nobody never came back, or no one ever came to you and say, Andy, I'm pregnant for you.
A woman from Wesley wanted to make one for me, and she told me that was her aim and her mission, but it didn't materialize.
I agree with you. Boy.
Andy, let me ask you.
Talk to your boy.
Did you like going to church?
Oh, well, I was almost a priest, man. What you talking about now, man? I knew the mass from the Catholic mass from everything, you know. My parents, my adopted mother, and them thought I would be a priest, you know, in my styling, you know. Yeah, man. I went. Father Felix died now, Cardinal.
First day
but he was the first man I knew at Pottersville, you know.
That's right.
And then Father Lonk, and then Father Charles Vermoulet. I go through the whole thing, you know. Father Gillard. Yeah, man, I was a church man.
So you had an intention as a boy growing up to be a priest, or so were you an altar boy?
No, I never made it to the acolyte thing. No. But I could recite the mass from everything. Even now, I can go for a whole set of thing after the Our Father and Deliver Us, Lord, and I can go for the whole thing. I can hold my own on that.
So what caused you not to be?
But well, different ways of life, and right now I don't really believe. And maybe just to make the point, I remember a guy meet me and tell me, "Boy, Andy, I don't see you in the church anymore, man." And I answered to him, "The temple of the living God is inside of me." He asked me no more questions. So it's not about religion and church and what. It's the life. Be not deceived. God is not mocked. Wow. What a man soweth, that he shall reap. I have some preaching.
So soon I'll be hearing about Pastor Andy or Deacon Andy. Which one?
Well, one of them. But I believe. I'm a believer, and I trust and obey. I try to because all of us. None of us is righteous. Our righteousness is as filthy rags, and we have to just do. It's not the gift of salvation is free. It's not nothing that you can boast. I cannot come and say, "Oh, I better than Cecil," or "I better than Brain." So I give you these teachings. I'm a regular teacher, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Because it's the things of life. You live life, and you try to do your best in life. You check what I mean? Because that's
go ahead.
No, that's okay.
No, Andy. You came to Dominica. You lived in Roseau. You'd have to traverse to other parts of Dominica. When is the first time you left Roseau to say, "Let's go to Portsmouth"?
Why you think me? I was an adventurous person. I used to hustle ride in my early times to go around the island. If I tell you a holiday, I bought a white shoe and I going on an island white tour, hustling, just hitchhiking and going. And when I reached Marigot, I'd make the turn, and when I reached Marigot, darkness approached. And I stopped at a shop in Marigot, but darkness coming. And then that guy, Sydney, I used to work the safari now. Sydney used to,
I know Sydney, yeah.
Sydney used to work safari.
Doc Sydney.
Yes, he used to even be captain of one of the ships that was going to Guadeloupe. So, Sydney
Fat Sydney, right?
He had the snake around his neck.
He had the snake around his neck
during Carnival, yeah.
So when I asked Sydney for a ride to Tong, and Sydney said no, but as though it's yes, Sydney, I'd say, I never studied Sydney, I batch with the white people, you know. My complexion already, I passed. And Sydney stop a certain place, and Sydney come and lighting cigarette for them people, and I duck my head, boy. And Sydney don't know idea. So the next thing, Sydney was going up Roxy, when you reach the spot, they're going up to the hotel. And I jump off in the darkness. Boy, that was adventure. I jump off in the darkness, and as the light go, I in darkness, boy, and I in mulch, boy, and I go in to come back up, boy. And I walk. Darkness, boy, that's just a starry night. And all I watching is my white sneaker, my brand new white sneaker. And that I looking at. When I reach the first lamppost, almost by Roger, here comes Sydney. And Sydney picks me up, you know. He doesn't know it's he that bring me.
Yes, Sydney Reed. Sydney Reed. The father of Albert Reed. Better known as Hulu.
I take Sydney good that night, boy. Yes. And I reach home safe. But I used to like them things. I used to like them adventure to go. But my main squeeze, my main girlfriend was from Portsmouth. I'll let you know. I wouldn't call her name because she will be listening because we still communicate.
Wow.
Yeah, we love for number years, man. We love for about 9 years, man, Cecil.
Was
Man.
a long time, boy.
You think it's you alone that love, man.
What, 9 years, Andy?
For yeah.
Wow.
We were close. What that damaged my relationship is getting the girl from St. Lucia.
Pregnant.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
So also you were not into this monogamy thing.
And and the St. Lucian came down here, and my girlfriend from Portsmouth, she was studying in Beaupierre, France. And then I under the Lucian go and answer my phone. When the girl call, but they all hell break loose.
And the St. Lucian girl
answer the phone. Boy, motivation was
even under your rum.
How you can answer my phone? You cannot. You have no right, boy. Noise.
So what did Dominica girl tell you when she called back next day?
Well, you that no can say ban.
So she didn't ask you. She didn't call back to find out who answered the phone.
She knew something was cooking, man. Something was cooking.
Did she call you to find out who answered the phone?
She was disappointed.
No,
when I told her.
I asked you the question. Did she call you back to find out who answered the phone?
No.
Never did?
No, I
So
can't.
how did you know? How did you know that she can't say for that?
Well, what happened after my child was born? I met the sister, but I thought that she would have known that I had a child already. So I go and tell the sister that, and then the sister told her, and then she was really thinking. She say, "Oh, you could do it for me," and blah 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 blah.
Boy, Andy, boy,
that's the adventure, man.
Boy, Andy, you are Mr. Tiger Woods, man.
No, man.
No,
man.
Life is
Andy Williams said that he's watching.
Oh, Andy.
Yes.
Andy Williams.
From Solomon Lane. Is it Solomon? Yeah, Solomon Lane it was.
Andy
Dallas.
was the fireman. No, not that one.
Isn't Andy and I think the Williams in Dallas?
Dallas?
No, I don't know the one. I know Kent, I know Franco, but Andy sounded more like the fireman, you know, but I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure.
Yeah. But
that was interesting.
Yeah, I never realized Andy was a girl's
man. Oh
man.
man, he's girl's man.
I always know Andy just prim and proper.
He's a
but to
good
tell me
looking,
that a girl calling,
he's a good looking man.
Tell me that your girlfriend is calling another girl answering your phone.
Right, good looking man. So
Andy boy, an Indian at it.
Right. What about your life in the business of tennis? What happened?
Tennis. Well, coming to tennis in 1994 when I went to High Street. Where every disappointment they really say is a blessing. So I left Canal Lane and now I'm in High Street. And then I started to play fellas like Boots, you know, and so right by the court, I used to play for old worker wooden racket. When rainfall, it would bend. They used to call it a soup spoon. And then staying there, I learned the game on my own, playing. And then an opportunity came in 2003 where John Gooder, from Suriname came to do some coaching, and then I participated, got a certificate. And do you know that my certificate is signed by the Prime Minister, because at the time he was the Minister of Education, Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt. So he signed on that first document as a basic tennis coach. And then from there, I went on. I did a lot of things with NEP and a lot of things. And then I went to Argentina. Did a diploma in tennis. And then I further went to Mexico. I've traveled, you know, Brain. you only talk about going to Malta, but I went to Argentina.
That is, but Andy, you're a comedian for real, man. There's a blast under the man's stomach.
No.
So man tell you that, man is saying to you that you have only been to Malta. Do you remember that you have been to at least more than one?
Yeah, and big countries.
I've gone to Argentina, Mexico, and a number of places for tennis. Tennis has done a lot of things for me. I've gone to conferences in the Halcyons Resort and Spa, and Club St. Lucia, Cascade Hotel in Trinidad. I've been all about. But my biggest thing is when I retired. I took early retirement from the service because I didn't go through what I went after I was transferred from customs. I went to audit, and then I worked as a commission as cooperatives officer. Then I worked as an ordinary clerk in the community development, and I spent my last 17 years at the post office. I spent the last 17 years of my public life at the post office, where I acted as senior executive officer for 4 years, and I ended as a supervisor in Pastor Post. So I did the full thing. But then I decided to retire at 55. In about 2012 was my retirement date. But then I decided that I was going to contribute to tennis. So it's from there my tennis whole movement. I went to the schools. I went to SMP, grammar school, Mahu, convent prep, and I got young boys, 6-7 years interested. That was the crowning moment. So I took them from 2012, and then in 2017, I brought a group of boys to St. Lucia, 6 boys to St. Lucia in the Coca-Cola tournament. That's August 2017. And they did well. That's Alonzo Doctrove, Yannick Josiah, the Bruni boy, one of Bruni's sons, Ishmael, Shahid Luis. There are 6 good boys. And then what happened that killed the program was Maria struck in about 2 weeks after I had come out from the thing, because had Maria not strike, I would have had an ongoing program. So that kind of halted.
Someone told me Kyron Philip.
Kyron Philip was there. Yes, thanks for that. Yes.
Actually, the mom, Roseborn Maglo, was the one who said that.
Right, I'm happy, Shay, because some names slipped me, but maybe that is the only one name. And it was good. It was all good. And you cannot replay anything like that. You just have to live with it. And I always see that for tennis to move on, I still have my interest in tennis. I always say my battery getting a bit weaker and lower, but still the interest is there for that. And I always feel it's not going and train people like Cecil and Brain to play tennis now for recreational tennis. If we want tennis to develop, we've got to go back to the schools, primary schools, take children from 6 years and bring them up. So by the time they 11, 12, they can start to participate in under 12 tournaments. Then move up the ranks. But it's got to start 6 years. So if I have a training program, I would want it to be cut to 6 to 17. If anybody tell me about younger than that, I give them a ball and I tell them roll the ball, get the child to have their hand-eye coordination, send the ball, let it bounce, catch it. That is under 6 years, so that they get comfortable with that. Because I've seen people 15 years and they'll never hit the ball, They send up the ball and with the racket and they miss the ball 15 times. They never touch the ball. And that is when you lack the hand-eye coordination, Cecil. You used to play a bit of tennis till you left me stranded.
I don't want the public to know that. I don't want the public to know that.
I would want to give Bryn the joke, That man used to do some tennis with me.
Who's that?
Cecil. So I don't want to tell Cecil, Prime Minister Skerrit playing up in Reigate. Who told you, Skerrit, to leave me away?
He left you stranded and went by Reggie up there. Boy, that's something else.
The man don't bring me up,
Actually, it's turned around, Skerrit Prime Minister decided that, Cecil, you know what, let's go and do some sweat. of tennis.
Right.
So we used to go Vince
Lennox Lawrence. I know he scored, you know.
and myself.
Up there by Reg.
We were 4 of us going up by Reg. You know, Scary intention was to see how we could get guys who are involved in office work to get a little bit more physical.
Exercise.
You know? And so he used to get a few of us to go up there. And so I was there with Andy, you know, doing well.
And
I say, what is that thing?
Where did you normally Scary?
Was it
that upedi nomla. Yeah,
now, Andy, away from tennis, commentaries.
Yeah, commentaries. Yeah.
Oh well, commentary. You know, so many things that one almost passed under the radar.
Not me.
In 1983, but you are the host and you have the direction. In 1983, going to a midnight mass at the cathedral, coming out from thing, I met Havis, and I told Havis that I would be interested in doing some commentaries. So Havis was telling me, Gasa, fellas, when fellas come there, fellas that shake like a leaf, fellas that so whatever, and he draw the Star Estrad thing to me. He was how many fellas, you know, that come there and they think. So I tell him, no man, I'll think. And from there, Havis who brought me into the commentary thing, and it's a blessed day he did that. And then I learned from Havis, and I learned from my good friend Ozzy Lewis, because you're coming into that thing, and these fellas are veterans. There's something you must take away from them. You have to get, even there's a little more knowledge of the game, things you should say, things you know what I mean. And then that's how it went. So that now 83 to now is what, Brain, 41 years.
That's right.
Yes.
41 years.
No, Andy, in that 41 years, tell us some of the glory days that you would have had giving commentaries, the teams that you would have, you know, and players that you would have seen.
Well, I mean, you would have to start off with one of the biggest things that came down to Dominica when Brian Lara came to Dominica. That was a big thing. Everybody partying, people drinking. But for me, and I was in the commentary field in '82 when Viv Richards and the Windward Islands broke up in '82 with Windwards and Leewards. Viv came down. That was the famous moment when Baptist say not giving Viv Richards. My Vinny where Viv Richards only my bar Richards out.
As an umpire.
Yes.
As an umpire.
Take your time.
Andy, you have to say that, you know. You have to say, but Baptist is dead now. So you say that. Tom Baptist is dead now.
Yeah.
Tom Baptist had a way of saying is that in gardens.
What you did?
And repeat.
Richards. Richards bad.
He umpiring?
Richards.
LBW, Pala.
Yeah.
You have to board him.
Yeah.
And you might even call a no ball.
And he's got 92, you know. He's got 92 that match, you know. Yeah.
That's amazing. Yes.
Yeah,
so go ahead. Tell us some of the glory days that you would have had, you know.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things with Brian Lara. And then I did a few games with Patrick Patterson and Jamaica with I think Ruse was there, Franklin Ruse, and our main man, the captain, Courtney Walsh, and these fellas. I did a few original games, but I did only 2 test matches, both here, one against India, West Indies versus India, and Pakistan first, West Indies versus Pakistan in 2017, and then not too long ago, last year, West Indies versus India. That is my 2 test matches. But I did a lot of cricket all over. Emmanuel Nanton used to make sure I'm a permanent fixture because I had the whole history of the Harry Spence League. I knew everything from when it started in '95 under Ninian Marie deceased, and then I had the list. I used to record 95 the Carib Territory won, 96 the Carib Territory won, then Dubois came in 97 and they started to win, and I could go through that, over and had the whole thing locked down. So when DBS or anybody want thing, Nanton say you must have Andy Carter. You must have Andy Carter. So it was Andy Carter and Ozzy Lewis.
And that is so true, Andy. I've seen you worked in the booth as a scorer, and you actually doing your commentaries, giving us stats, information of how many balls a batsman would have faced and get his 50. You're very good at that, And one of the things I used to admire about Andy is when you have found, in those days there was no numbers. When batsmen would come in and you would be able to identify, even helping Ozzy Lewis to identify the player's name or something of that nature.
Yes, well, that was one of my strong points, because I would always go on the field and make sure I could identify if a man had a wristband with a ice green and gold or his locks. I would take a note of it, so that, because when they're in white, it's a different story, You might see them in ordinary clothes, but when they put on that white clothes, you can have difficulty. But it was something I practice, and I still do it up to today. It can be schoolboy cricket. I make sure I go and know all the players, Yeah, man, I have to do it because I believe in getting it right. Every player should be acknowledged, because there are parents of little boys 16, 15, and they come out, they would want to hear that their son performing is he who took the catch, So you don't leave the listener with too much doubt. Sometimes you might miss, but by and large, you're supposed to be accurate. And that's how if you people that know about commentary, to prove a good commentator, take a radio and go to the grounds and listen, and he will tell you the free slips. So Lloyd at first, Richards at second, this and third. The people want to hear that, you know what I mean? So then they hit the ball to cover, and then you see that. But in the absence of that, then somebody might be home, a fella hit the ball through square leg, and a man say he hit it through the covers, and unless you dare with a radio to really see for yourself and see how accurate that person is as a commentator, then you will really truly appreciate how well he is doing.
No, someone said, Darren said, and do you remember the match where Leeward declared at 27 for 9, and a certain fella gave an hour and a half rung up to ensure commentators had lunch? What's that about? What's that about, Andy?
Oh boy, we're going way back into things, but I know about it, but I cannot really talk about it. Maybe Daryl would be.
So you're trying to tell me a commentator
to bring it to lunch, because it was short of a length, you would say. So he wanted to drag it on so that it would come to that we would ensure that we got lunch.
You mean that person loved food that much? I know.
Well, we had some giant eaters, as commentators.
I remember when I used to do scoring, there were a few commentators who loved the meals.
Oh well, the two greatest were.
Well, I know two guys. I can call their names.
Yeah.
I know they would mind.
No, man.
Or Ozzy Lewis for sure, and Heavis Chillingford.
Oh my goodness!
Those guys love the food.
Oh my.
I mean, you have to. If you don't bring water, you don't bring juice and so on.
You're in trouble.
You're in trouble.
Yeah.
They have to remind you where's the meals. I mean, lunch is at 12 o'clock. By 11:30, Ozzy has to ensure that it is there.
I remember a time a security man he came around and he just said, "Ozzy, you're having yourself nourished." And Ozzy found that was so telling, man. That was, where did you get that, man? And the fella almost ate all our sandwich by just saying
Imagine Daryl said the match ended early.
Yes.
So the people gave the match round up so the person gave the match round up from about 10:30 to midday.
Wow.
The team had already left the grounds.
The grounds and
That's what, and he said he's endorsing that statement.
and fellas still commentating.
Yeah, man.
We
Ensuring that lunch will be served
on time.
so we can almost say that in cricket, Dominic has the record in terms of the roundup. If this guy was alive, I'd ask him. That is Tony Cozier. I would ask him which was the longest roundup ever
in cricket.
That must be the record.
Yeah,
Andy.
I remember doing commentary for a person. I would not call his name, but he would know himself. So let him check it out. That we do commentary every 20 minutes. He did a 20. Me next to come. I say I know I do checking him. He went on to 40. He went on to 60, and then he said that I should tap him on his shoulder.
Was I present, Andy? Was I present when that happened, Andy?
For you to come in?
Was I present when that happened, Andy?
That's Cecil.
Was I present when that happened?
You should be around because you were one of the best scorers, When we saw with Bugunu, Jerry Bugunu,
Maglo.
You win Maglo, Cleville Shillingford, Stumpy, Angol. I remember the good Derek Angol. These were the good scorers.
Right.
Yeah, man.
So
Cecil used to have 2 free books, Huh? I don't know how he used to do it. I do all things. But it don't trouble him, That's why I learned to write my little thing on the side.
Yeah.
Because Cecil, you can't post Cecil book, you're in trouble. And as he like to get the stats.
Yes.
So problem there. So that is all. And because of the cricket outside, when you're outside, if you're in Windsor Park and you have electronic scoreboard, everything there, for 14 balls, for 20 runs, 14 balls, and everything just there, how many overs, and life is a dream. But if you're in the country or you're anywhere else doing cricket, you better write your score because you're in trouble. Scorer not telling you like that.
Yeah.
And that is one of the things I found that sometimes it used to get to Ozzy because Ozzy always asking, what's the score?
And what is irritating about this thing is, Andy, you have just given someone the scores. So you just said to the person has 45. The person just came and scored a 4 runs. You're asking me again. Whereas you're supposed to just take your pen and have a paper and you can put 45.
45 plus 4.
And when the plus 4 comes, you just
add it.
Yeah. I pride myself in accuracy. I mean, as it's too is human, so I will make a slip here and there,
Yes.
But basically, I try to get the things accurately, especially when the game is going to come to a conclusion. You check what I mean, Brain? 11 more runs required. You're going down.
Daryl is confirming what you said, and Andy and I were the next in line to commentate. All right? But the partner did not get up. By the time Andy sat down and his 20 minutes was up, partner tapped him on his shoulder. So Andy will tell you on truth.
So when you did your 20 minutes, the guy tapped you. My time now.
Yes, he's back again. But one person, or your friend, our deceased partner, Joe.
Yeah.
If you took all of Joe time and it's 7 minutes, you give Joe. When it's 7 minutes, Joe do 7 minutes, and he finish with you give Joe 7 minutes to 11 o'clock. When it's 11 o'clock, Joe finish with you, He's not going 20 minutes, No, man.
Because his time is his time.
Time is time.
Yeah. No, Andy, how did you get to know the field of play? I mean, to know square leg, to know first slip goalie, backwards square leg, long on, long off, How did you get to know the placement on the field?
Well, I played cricket to a level, but it's not that which made me. There was a little book, from the little book, England and so, and they would show the field. So from there, long leg and fine leg and all the positions. So from there, I got it. Yeah, and it's stuck.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about soccer? Did you find yourself doing commentaries for soccer?
I have commentated on everything, Cecil. Boxing, netball, basketball. I've done commentary in everything. I haven't ventured into marble hole and nuts.
I was about to ask if you did marble hole.
But I used to Lowell. You could remember your Lowell?
Yeah.
So a man not right over there and he bringing it right across and say that is his shoon and take your.
I would like to hear you give a commentary on Lowell. Cecil takes his finger and measures it to see how close is it to the north of Andy Carter.
Oh boy,
that's how you did.
Yeah, but you had if it's on nuts, you had to change your nut. You had a cast,
yes,
the big nut, and then you had a fifi list.
Yeah.
So you had to pride yourself in getting the biggest cast and the smallest fifi list.
That's right.
So you had to change. You had to change up.
For shoon, especially for shoon.
Yes.
So for shoon, you have to take out the big one, and put the small one. So the smaller it is, the further you have to try to stretch your fingers.
Yes. But you could imagine a man right across the road by Parliament and bring his thing by DBS and take your nuts.
That's
something.
Those days were hurtful.
Let me ask you a question, Andy. Who would you say was the commentators that you pride yourself listening to in terms of cricket?
Well, I go way back in the 60s. If John Allott and them are here, it's Snow coming in to bow to Joey Carew, Roy Fredericks. You know what I mean? These were my fellas. But Henry Blufell, I love Henry Blufell, his description. Alan McGilvery, Christopher Martin Jenkins. Yeah, Kozia, Roy Lawrence. A number of good guys, man, around. Reds, I used to like Reds too. But in early times, you can remember putting on your Grundig and listening to cricket from England. John Snow coming in, and Barrington Brown. And these fellas, I'd love to hear that kind of commentary, man. And then you hear any kind of noise fluctuating, coming up and going down. And it was exciting, Brian. Tom Greavney and Phil Sharp, and you remember these fellas?
Great fellas, man.
So who's the best batsman that you would have seen as a commentator? Comment and giving commentaries on that batsman.
Well, it would have to be Brian Charles Lara.
Okay.
It would have to be. That day, it was an exciting time, for me in thing. I was reported, to Shamin Greenbrong, because I had a few.
You know what else?
Would it have been Curtis to report you? Would it have been Curtis Murphy to report you?
No. It was some person who thing and Shumin and they say got by Den's bar and by my boy Ian Monroe, I can't forget Ian.
Yeah.
Because Ian was a fella that would always want to go and take a speakeasy,
Yes.
A sharp singer.
Vodka.
Someone said to me, ransom coffee. Ransom coffee.
Yeah. But I work with Johnson John Rose and Jolo Loblack.
Yeah, John Loblack.
Yeah. And two of them, I hold no grudge against them. But times when I thought that I was going to make it in the commentary booth, Johnson John Rose took it because he was the either production manager or whatever. He bowled me a googly and I was out.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think Jolo did it too also. So they were in the privileged position, so they took advantage of it. So I came after, and here am I still.
Yes. And you still consider yourself as a prolific
commentator?
Well, I try my best. It's always left to the listeners,
Right.
I'm not a booster fella to go and say, I am this or I am that or I am. But I always say, it's the listener. If the listener says, Andy, you're doing a good job, I feel elated. But I don't blow my own trumpet. Although they say if you don't blow your trumpet, there'll be no music.
If you don't blow, I agree with you.
That's what I heard it been said.
Knowing that you raised with Billy Doctrove and Billy became an elite umpire, when you first saw him on television, what did you think of him?
Oh, well, I mean, I was so excited. Billy's my brother, you know, because I told you Billy aunt was my adopted mother. So we had very close ties, very close links, you know. And even in tennis, it would be remiss of me if I did say even in the darkest times of my tennis, when even the association donged me, Billy took me and sponsored my tournaments. BH, I am very happy that I couldn't live without saying that. Billy was a master in keeping my programs up through his big edge. He and his wife, we did so much together at Dominica Grammar School and gave many a child an opportunity to play tennis. I have touched many lives, both in education and the tennis, and I'm happy for that. I praise God that He gave me that knowledge that I can impart. I have proven to have imparted in the academic field and in the sporting field. So I thank God for that.
But I think you yourself did repay in terms of your support for Billy. I know, for instance, certain guys, whilst at your home, came to try to influence you to vote against him. They came to lobby you, and you would have none of it because votes were needed to become the president of the Dominica Association. Am I right?
But you remember quite clearly, man.
They came dangling carrots in front of you.
Yeah, but they couldn't get me against my brother, man. Never. Yeah. And Billy's a guy. If Billy's anywhere and I wanted anything, bring this for me or bring that for me, no sooner said than done. I got it. So that man is a special. He's a special.
What about your anniversary for is it the community where you're planning to have
the big Green Arrow reunion in 2025?
When are you going to have that reunion?
In 2025.
What is that all about?
A week before Carnival. Yeah, we launched it sometime last year, you know, and we hoping to do a big thing in Grinnell to even rename the little cube cheese in front of Malaron. As you know, Malaron was the mother. It was the mother of Annette Laron Popon, who is also the mother of the Prime Minister's wife, Melissa. So we've been planning to do something to make the Malaron Grinnell Recreational Park. We have big things in the pipelines, man. So look forward to it. We're trying to get involved the parliamentary representative for North, Miss Miriam Blasha, to assist. And there are a lot of names in Grinnell you would even know. Gordon Henderson has links with Grinnell, former Prime Minister O.J. Seraphine, Jeff Charles, who I didn't mention. Jeff Charles lived at 10 Canal Lane. I lived at 5, so just half of the address, but not half of the man, because Jeff was a special guy. Jeff used to have the Saturday night show. He was not only sports, he was an entertainer. Have the Saturday night show, and yeah, man.
You also taught at the grammar school, right?
Yeah, science teacher.
Okay, well, I'm in brain time. Yeah. Brain time.
I was just telling you. Because you're only talking about his radio life, but he also taught. As a teacher.
I'm glad I remembered Jeff. To even talk.
Is he still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive. Yeah. We were inviting him because he's one of the legends. We have decided to honor some legends, and Jeff Charles would be one, Gordon Henderson, and the elite umpire. I think these are the three, and maybe O.J. Seraphine. I think O.J. is one too, as the former Prime Minister of the Commonwealth. Yeah. There is a plan. I mean, I disclose it. I don't think it's no big secret to hide Grinnell Lions plans. Can you have a caller?
No. Chanel Flora says that he's watching. Good evening to you, Chanel. I haven't seen you for a long time. Haven't heard your beautiful voice for a long time. It's good that you're watching. Yes, Billy. I said Billy now. Andy. Tonight was a really telling night. I learned quite a lot from you. I learned quite a lot about you. I know that many people did not know that Andy was an AKA name. I learned that tonight. Also, too, that Andy is a Bajan by birth, but by heart is a Dominican.
Yeah. Never spoke the Barbados language. I remember Ted Daly and Ras Aikasan. They speak that so well, and I had to practice. Man, what are you talking about? Yeah, I had to practice, man, to start to talk like a Bajan. Because Aikasan and Ted could do it. Ted could do it. Yeah, man. Yeah. The bosom buddy. I hope you're listening, the bosom buddy. Hail up.
As we come into the end, Andy, I'm sure that you have a few words to our listeners out there.
Well, Cecil, I enjoyed being in the Lakou on Discoveries. I think it's a good program. I mean, so much has been said. So many people met me before the program. I was pleasantly surprised before. And the kind of people I felt they would even be listening to radio. I hear you on Sunday night. You on Sunday night. I was at Belleville last night, and a fella, I was refereeing. I'm a referee in Domino for Enjoy. So we were at Belleville, and the fella, remember to listen to Andy Carter, and the man announcing my.
Andy, yeah. Jolo said, as John Lodrock said, tell Andy, I have no recollection of what he said about me.
You get a red card, I know that.
I'm telling you, big Jolo give you a red card.
Jolo is my boy, man. Yeah. Jolo is my boy.
So yes, Andy, so tell us, I know that when I told you last week that you're going to come on the show, I know that you were surprised.
Well, not totally. I mean, I felt that sometime in the future you would have called me, and I am happy that you did, because, as you know, I don't come with any script. I don't think everything came off my head. And when I hear people like Steinberg talk about memory and one leads to another, it fills my heart with so much joy that one can lead to another. Raoul mentioned that, and then it jumps to another thing. And even the Diana, we said about Steady, Glenda saying this, and it brought back so much that you could relate to, that you could talk about Upper Lane and Fields Lane, and even you, I mean, you all added, you and Brain added so much, encouraged, and got the show going pleasantly. I told my sister that I gave her the website, my sister Lucinda in Barbados. I guess she would be listening. Lucinda, good night. And my son Rejandi over in Toronto. I do hope that you had a fun time. It was intended to be. No hard feelings on anything that didn't quite meet my mark or your mark. And I thought it was all good. I enjoyed it, and I was happy to really do it. Remember in Carnival, remember in tennis, remember in commentary, and lastly, achieving and receiving the Meritorious Service Award in 2022, which really picked it. And about the 9th of May, the Cultural Division thought it wise to again bestow on me another award for my contribution to masquerading in Carnival in Dominica. For that, I'm thankful, and everyone who listened, thank you very much. The whole Dominican public is my family. I fall under the bracket of fatherless, and everyone in Dominica are my brothers and my sisters.
What do you mean? What do you mean fatherless? What do you mean by fatherless?
Fatherless in the true sense of the word fatherless. Because I if I go and get my birth paper for you, you will see a dash.
So you don't have a father.
So your mom never told you your dad is?
Well, she said, but even though she said, and I'm not saying even if she said that he was my father, I never had any dealings, meeting, nothing, you know. All I knew, it was my adopted parents taking care of me.
So your dad is still alive?
From knowledge, no. But my birth paper has a dash.
I hope you're not.
I don't think it was
I hope
Asha.
you're not like reading this thing like Daryl Tid the dash.
I don't think it was Asha Dash.
Lennox Scarlett said,
oh my boy,
great program. I really enjoyed the fullest. Love you, Shwali
Taxi Tours
and Tours
in Atlanta.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Shwali.
There's another guy, Matt. I can't pronounce the first Ankh. Matt Hotet. Yeah, very good program. Boarding writer said we are proud of you. Thank you. And Tina Bell, the Roman. Great program as usual. Andy, you had me laughing away throughout. Another good program.
Tremendous program. You lived up to expectation. It was exciting and everything. You came well prepared. And I must say you gave a good account of yourself. Take an A for that tonight.
Yeah. And Edwina London said, I enjoyed the program. Thank you. Good night. And next week we're going to have a bomb name. She's a Douglas.
Oh, I know.
And we're going to be talking about RBD. The way that his children were raised, the 16 children, and all about RBD. Mrs. Murdoch, Douglas Murdoch will be with us next week.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, I can't even wait
for that one.
It's going to be a bumper, you know, with this one. And I have been, for the longest while, trying to get someone from the Douglas family to tell us about their yard, you know, and we are going to get someone who's going to tell us about Aflin Murdoch. Aflin Douglas Murdoch should be on with us. Shepherd Pond said, nice hearing Andy. Andy, you have something to say?
Yes, I just got watching my WhatsApp message from my sister. She and her husband listened from beginning to the end.
Yes.
I enjoyed it.
Well, that's
and
good.
that brings joy to me, you know what I mean? Yes. And then
I know that you have a number of names.
Fans, yeah.
The secretary of the Football Association, Mrs. Benjamin, she said, I'm enjoying the program and laughing away. Yeah, so it's all good. Erin is another friend of mine in Barbados. Congratulations, great job. So I got everybody cracking.
Yeah.
It was my pleasure, Cecil. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. I think I tried. And I think
you succeeded.
I felt it.
Succeeded.
I felt the vibes, and the vibes was good.
Yes.
Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just want to say thank you so very much, Andy Carter, for being on board with us tonight and to help us have a greater understanding as to who Andy Carter is. And tonight's brain, Andy told us exactly.
Yeah, he was very good tonight, I must say, and we learned a lot from him as well. And some things you didn't know about him, and I didn't know about him, I got to learn as well.
I got to know that he has one child.
One child.
I got to know that he broke one egg.
One egg. and
not use his direct words. He broke one egg.
And let me throw one on him. I hope that his how you call it? His bachelor degree. His Bachelor of Arts or his Bachelor of Science degree.
No, Bachelor of Science, please. Bachelor of Science. Right, and he said that he broke one egg. That has to be science.
And then, no, but I gave him the Bachelor of Arts because he lives alone.
Oh, well, I'm giving the Bachelor of Science
for his breaking egg. Okay,
for breaking one egg. Guys, it was really nice, you know, having you all. And as we come to the end, as I said, next week we'll be having another Discoveries program, Lakou at 7 with Miss Murdoch, Douglas Murdoch, where we'll be talking about the Douglas clan, the Douglas family.
Sortez en petit chalet